Good evening, night travelers. Are you awake with me? Before we step into the dark, quick check-in. Shoulders down, unclench your jaw, take a slow breath in and out. If you're listening on the night shift, hydrate. If you're in bed, pull the blanket up to your collarbone. Tell me in the comments where you're tuning in from and if the lights around you are on or just dim enough to let the shadows speak. Welcome back to Somnolent Conspiracies, where we follow the questions most places are built to ignore. How are you holding up this week? Sleep steady? Or snagged on something you can't name? If your heart's racing a little, that's fine. Keep breathing with me. 2 beats in, 2 beats out. Ready? Boston hospitals don't sleep. They dim. They lower their voice. They keep breathing. But if you've ever walked a ward at 3 a.m., you know there are sounds the monitors can't account for. The pause before a code blue. The hush of a long corridor braced for bad news. Today, come with me to a teaching hospital on the Fenway, a place of linoleum shine and vending machines that outlast marriages. The nurses call it H19, a narrow connector between a new cardiac wing and a decommissioned ward with doors that don't open anymore. They'll tell you not to look up when you cross H19 at night. Not because of superstition, because of what the cameras recorded. A shadow moving on the ceiling, knees and elbows bent wrong, crawling backwards against gravity. Our detective is Mara Keene of Boston Homicide. She doesn't believe in haunted hospitals. She believes in patterns. And the pattern she's about to map begins 6 inches above her head. Part 1, code at 3:14. At 3:14 a.m., the corridor between the new cardiac wing and what everyone still called the dead hall remembered how to hold its breath. The LED exit signs were the only color in it. A medicinal red that never warmed anything. A man in a paper gown and hospital socks took 5 careful steps across H19, arm curled around the telemetry box at his ribs. He was a donor of consequence. His name lived on brass plaques and calendars. He kept his eyes forward, like patients are taught. Don't look at the floor, don't look at the ceiling, don't look at where your fear wants to go. He didn't make it to step 6. The overhead alarms learned his fall before the nurse did. A flatline squeal punching a straight white vein across the monitor at the nurse's station 20 feet away. The shout came anyway, the same way thunder repeats what lightning already said. Code blue, H19. A second later, code blue, H19 connector. Rubber-soled shoes chewed the tile. Cart rattled. Someone shouldered the crash bar on the stairwell door hard enough to leave a shoulder-shaped memory in it. The corridor filled with the quick congress of strangers. A charge nurse in Crocs, a resident in scrubs with sleep stamped across his face, a respiratory tech still swallowing coffee, a security officer with a hand already on his radio. The man on the floor made no sound at all. They rolled him to supine in a practice ballet. The telemetry leads singing brief, angry notes as they snapped free. The nurse at the head counted out compressions with a metronome she didn't need. 1 and 2 and the crash cart's drawer swallowed and spat out a package. Scissors cut the gown, chest exposed, sternum found, heel of hand placed in the spot you only ever think about in emergencies. A resident barked dozes. A second nurse pushed epinephrine. A respiratory tech sealed the mask on the donor's face and squeezed air into a body that didn't want it. The security officer stepped back to keep the aisle open and, because reflex beats training at 3 a.m., glanced up. The ceiling gave him nothing back, just acoustic tiles with a stipple like cold sand. A grid of T-bars. The shadowed seam where H19's suspended world met the old ward's sealed door. The light over the donor's feet hummed. The air felt wrong for a beat, as if it took effort to move through. Then a number in the monitor's corner stopped pretending it would climb. The charge nurse's voice softened into that narrow register colleagues recognize and families dread. Call it. The resident checked the wall clock like a judge checking the time of death on a paper verdict. 3:27. There is a bureaucracy for the end of breath. The machine that refused to restart a heart returns quietly to the wall. The crash cart swallows its wrappers. Blankets find shoulders. Someone pulls a curtain that isn't needed. A tech removes the plastic clamp from the donor's finger with the same care you take with a child's Band-Aid. On a tablet, a box appears, asterisk mechanism. Accidental? Mechanical fall? Asterisk, a radio script forms in a PR coordinator's drafts folder. We are saddened to report a tragic event. The charge nurse signs a line that makes all future arguments about this moment kneel. The security officer didn't sign anything. He was 26 and from Dorchester and had learned to treat night roomers like mice. Don't make eye contact or they move in. He still stopped outside the security hub long enough to bring up the camera feed labeled H19 crossing wide. Because that is also bureaucracy, the way we prove to ourselves we did our job. The grayscale image showed what it always showed. A thin hall underlit by fixtures set to night mode. The donor shuffling forward, telemetry box strapped to his chest. A flash of his face as he turned his head. He turned his head. Not down at his feet. Not toward the nurse calling to him from the far end. A small tilt, then another, like something above the drop ceiling had whispered his name back wrong. The security officer swore without the word escaping his teeth. He scrubbed the timeline back 5 seconds, then forward at quarter speed. In the top margin of the frame, the pixels furred for an instant the way CCTV does when heat and motion argue. That was the moment the donors called Faith would later insist was a glitch. The officer leaned closer to the screen until his breath made a fog on the glass. The pixels uncoupled, rearranged. An articulated darkness slid across the ceiling, knees and elbows folding in directions bodies don't vote for in daylight. It moved backwards, spidered but wrong, as if gravity had been inverted for one stubborn shadow. By 3:40, 3 people with cost center authority had watched that 12 seconds. One called it motion blur. Another called it compression artifact. A third said, IT should sanitize this. And meant, scrub the noise until narrative could hold. The night administrator. A woman with gray hair pulled tight and a rosary tucked in her pocket next to her badge. Asked a single question to which she already knew the answer. Who is on call at Boston Homicide? Detective Mara Keene arrived at 4:12. A coat too thin for the hour slung unbuttoned over a navy blazer. She didn't bother with the hospital courtesy of the main entrance. The security officer at the receiving dock recognized a face that had been to too many places like this at too many hours and slid open the gate. Keene's hair was tied back. Her eyes did the measure before her feet did. It was the look of a person who reads rooms by their corners and hallways by their dust. She drew in the quiet like a file gatherer pulls paper. Detective, said the night administrator, showing her the way without touching her sleeve, as if touching would make something stick. We had a fall. You called homicide for a fall. Keene's voice had less question than coffee in it. The patient, the administrator said, and gave the name the way expensive cars get names in statements after they've crossed medians. There are complications. A woman in a navy polo met them at the mouth of H19 with a security badge that said Ruiz over an ID photo taken long before the bags under her eyes. Carla Ruiz, she offered. Security chief. She said it with the apology of someone whose job required certainty in a place where machines pretended to provide it. We have video. Keene nodded without looking up at the camera dome in the ceiling. She looked down instead, at the line the crash cart's wheels had shaved in a half-moon on the tile, at the scuff of a heel that had stopped too hard, at the white dust on the walkway right of center. Dust above the grid belongs above the grid. When it drifts down and gathers on the shine where it shouldn't, it tells stories. Keene crouched, pressed a knuckle into the powder, raised it to her nose. Fiberglass. It tickled the sinuses with the itchy memory of old insulation. She wiped her knuckle on the hem of her coat without thinking about the dry cleaner she'd forget to call. The camera room was colder. Machines like being cold. It makes their lives longer. The room smelled like coffee that had been brave 2 hours ago and was now the kind of black that made people lie about liking it. Ruiz keyed open a cabinet with 3 monitors stacked like windows in a single wall. Here, and the zoom on the door. She rolled back the timeline with a fingertip that knew exactly where 12 seconds lived on a 1-hour block. From 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 52 seconds. The footage ran. It showed what Keene's day would fill with for the next month. A man insisting on a post-op walk no one wanted him to take without a nurse. A telemetry box hanging like a small substitute heart. A corridor built out of cheap decisions and careful ones. The donor crossed 2 ceiling tiles. He paused. tilted his chin with a motion people usually reserve for recognizing their names. The overhead frame shook, not like a quake, not like a jostle, like a shiver. The pixels in the top strip freed themselves from obedience and drifted into a bruise-colored shape. Knees and elbows resolved next, wrong-way joints, a hunching backward lurch across the grid as if a person above the tiles had found a way to be horizontal and upright at once. Keen didn't lean in. She didn't blink. It watched her not watching it. "Run it again," Keen said. Ruiz did. Quarter speed, then frame by frame. On the fourth pass, she tapped a key to bring up the timeline bar's heartbeat of metadata. Timestamp, bitrate, a green line pretending to be comfort. Keen watched the numbers tile like bathroom floor. At 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 3 seconds, the 03 stuttered twice, then corrected. It wasn't a skip. It was a double clutch. 11 frames went by in the space of 10, then caught up. The donor's knees buckled. He grabbed at a handrail that belonged in a hallway where things get grabbed, but H19 spec hadn't accounted for human panic. He went down in a tidy fold, like a suit being put back in a bag. On the top of the frame, the bruise moved. Backward. It crawled out of the shot in a single gliding shrug of its invented joints. Compression, offered a man in a button-down who had somehow joined them without announcing himself. PR or IT or both. He had a laptop with hospital stickers and a smile he used for investors. Night mode plus IR can create artifacts. "I know what artifacts look like," Ruiz said flatly. Keen kept her eyes on the numbers, not the shapes. "Who has root on these cameras?" "Facilities," Ruiz said, "and vendor IT. In theory." "In theory," repeated the man with the laptop, smiling wider as if he had been thanked. "We'll pull the raw." "You'll make a copy of the raw," Keen said, "and you'll date the copy, sign the copy, and pretend for the rest of your career I can tell the difference." She went back to the hall with Ruiz. Empty now, H19 felt like a mouth that had learned a word it didn't like and wasn't going to say again. Keen stood under the center run of tiles and looked up at nothing on purpose. You have to teach your body not to respond to the same alarms your mind tells you to ignore. The HVAC grumbled. A light flickered in the patient wing and then remembered itself. She shifted a step to the right and the thin snow of dust drifted again, just enough to lay one more speckle on the shoulder of her coat. "Someone's been above the grid," she said. Ruiz nodded. "Facilities locks the hatches." But she didn't finish. Everyone had a drawer of keys even when they swore they didn't. "Who opened the corridor for him?" Keen asked. The patient insisted. The night administrator said from behind them, as if her presence could make that sentence less absurd. "He's ambulatory and a donor," Keen said. She didn't put weight on any one word. "Get me his chart, his telemetry, the care team list, and anyone who joined a meeting about this corridor in the last 6 months." "We can do that," said the man with the laptop. "We'll, sanitize." "Don't say sanitize to me again," Keen said without moving her eyes. "Say preserve." The man nodded so fast the nod became a tremor. "Of course. There's a point always where a hospital admits it is both a building and a story. St. Athanasius had crossed that line before tonight. Fire in 83, rumors the old psych ward had tried a therapy that used mirrors to make patients watch themselves become better. A lawsuit settled with language that never dared to say guilty. H19 was where the two halves of the building, the medical and the mythic, sealed their divorce with a connector. A bridge over something you don't want to name is still a bridge. Keen took a step and felt the tile under her heel shift a fraction. The way a book on a shelf shifts if a second copy of itself is slid in behind it. Could have been nothing. That was the trick. Hospitals trained you to accept could have been nothing as currency. She checked the seams where the T-bars met. A line of gray on white, interrupted by a faint crescent smear the shape of a palm if palms were cut into the ceiling's underside. She filed it in the section of her mind where small things add up when they insist long enough. The dead man was a human with a mortgage until someone needed him to be a tragedy with a headline. The corridor was a piece of architecture until someone needed it to be a story that made lawsuits less likely. Somewhere between the two, there was a person, there is always a person, who made a choice that took the next choice away from someone else. Keen didn't believe in haunted hospitals. She believed in choices and in the long arithmetic of dust. She turned to Ruiz. "Every angle you have on H19, she said, voice low and already moving. "Now, before IT sanitizes it." Part 2 pixels that lie badly. The security hub was colder than the hall, a box where servers made winter. Ruiz dimmed the room and threw H19 onto 3 screens. Wide hall, ceiling dome, door zoom. Keen stood with her thumbs in her blazer pockets and watched the seconds. On the nurse station angle, the donor shuffled, paused, tilted his head, like a man catching his name from behind, then did the costly thing. He turned. The mics caught no voice, only HVAC and resting alarms. "You see it?" Ruiz asked. "I see a decision," Keen said. Ruiz boxed the upper margin and punched magnify. Pixels convened. In the dome view, a darkness slid along the grid as if gravity had flipped and only the camera was willing to admit it. Knees tucked wrong, elbows hinged the wrong way, palms flattening tile by tile. It moved backward, smooth as a knot pulled through air. "Watch the clock," Ruiz said, tapping the metadata ribbon. 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 1 second. 02. 03, then a tiny seizure in time, an 11-frame hiccup where there should be 10. The donor's foot hovered too long, then failed all at once. "Network load," said a new voice. The IT man had reappeared, laptop under his arm and neutrality on his face. "Logs," Keen said. He connected. A terminal showed stamps and device IDs. Camera H19 seal. Dome received a remote configuration change at 3 hours 13 minutes and 58 seconds. Exposure ramp. IR assist on. Analog gain up. He swallowed the next line, but Keen never missed anything worth hearing. "Root session. From where?" "Vendor subnet. VPN tunnel. The contract allows overnight windows," he said. "Non-disruptive. During a code," Keen said, testing the phrase. Ruiz folded her arms. "Only facilities and vendor IT have root." "Correct," the IT man said, grateful. "Pull the config diff," Keen said. "Copy the raw before and after. No filters, no denoise. Preserve, don't prettify." He nodded. "We'll hash." "Do it," Keen said. The ceiling feed crawled on. Keen studied it as evidence. Edges, dropouts, seams. The IR-pushed grayscale held the shape like it belonged. At each hand placement, a faint halo appeared. "Freeze," Keen said. Ruiz paused on the donor's lifted chin. Keen counted tile, pause, drag. "Powder," she said, tapping a halo. "Not compression. Transfer. Tile dust." Ruiz tried. "Magnesium or rosin," Keen said. "Chalk. Climbers use it. Riggers, too." The IT man made the latte grip face. "Could be shed from the ceiling. We have particulate." "Two truths," Keen said. "A remote change and a human substance." She paged to the door zoom. The sealed psych ward door sat in frame, mute. A tiny overlay showed its maglock healthy. "These failed open last drill," Ruiz offered. "Replaced last month." "How many vendor sessions since?" Keen asked. 5, the IT man said after a search. 2 camera firmware, 1 badge controller, 1 HVAC, 1 unlabeled. "Who's your vendor?" "Lead is Ava Klein," Ruiz said. "She's their camera whisperer." Keen filed the name in the thin drawer where useful things wait their hour. Back to the station angle. Fluorescent spill flattened everything. The donor's gate showed age and pride. The head turn was small. A concession bodies don't make to empty air. "Could someone have spoken?" Ruiz asked. "Find out," Keen said. "Badge readers ping. Their mics hear plenty. Pull audio both ends, 313 to 20. And the operator list, everybody with fingers on systems." She returned to H19 itself. Pixels lie, floors don't. Up close, the grid's pretense failed. One seam sat shy. Another showed stipple rubbed smooth where a palm had tested its nerve. Midway down, the faintest print faced the wrong world. A hand in reverse pressed from the far side. Not grime, not abrasion. Transfer. "Residue," Keen called. Ruiz arrived with a pocket light and a little evidence triangle. Under the beam, the smear dulled. Powder, Ruiz said. Swab it, Keen said. Tape lift the grout, hair, fibers. If someone crawled up there, they shed like the rest of us. In the hub, the IT man cleared his throat. We can push firmware that corrects IR strobing. Not tonight, Keen said. Tonight we keep the lies exactly as they were told. Facilities arrived in a knot, pulled by the gravity of blame. A supervisor with a clipboard introduced himself. We heard you want the plenum, he said. I want above-ceiling access along H19, Keen said. He glanced at the night administrator, then squared his shoulders. We can't authorize that. Fire code. No civilians above the grid. Keen looked at the reversed handprint, then at his collar. Who goes up? My team, he said, with hot work permits if needed. Someone was up last night, she said. Was that permitted? He examined the tile. Pressure fluctuations can move dust. Temperature changes can. Thermal movement doesn't carry chalk, Keen said. A maintenance tech stared at his boots. We can schedule a lift at daylight, the supervisor offered. Fire watch, lockout tagout, safety observer. It's slower, Keen said. She read the corners of his mouth. Keys to the hatches? Facilities, he said. Security has a set for emergencies. Contractors. They check out temporaries when on site, he admitted. Supposed to return them. Supposed to, Keen echoed. She pointed up. Open that one. Detective, I can't. She stepped close, not threatening, only deciding. You're going to open it, I'm going to look, and we'll all pretend the code was written to help the living rather than hide the dead. The night administrator cleared her throat. We can document an exigent safety inspection. Ruiz's radio crackled. Status on H19? Preserving a potential crime scene, she replied, and then to facilities, gentler than Keen, not softer. We need the hatch. Now. His shoulders slumped. He gestured to a tech, who rolled a ladder. 3 rungs up. The tech set his knuckles to the tile. Hold, Keen said. Photos first, then swabs and tape, then Tyvek and masks. Ruiz's half-smile said she'd been waiting to be asked. Gear lockers got plenty. Keen nodded, eyes on the halo. Whatever crawled for the camera wears a body somewhere. Let's see if it left us a fingerprint. Back in the hub, the IT man turned his laptop to show a config diff. Exposure bumped, IR forced on, gain nudged, motion threshold lowered, true day/night disabled. It happened mid-span, he said, then reverted. Who initiated? Vendor root, generic account, audit trail, VPN endpoint maps to a maintenance node registered to Klein's team, he said. But the credential is shared. We'll make it uncommon, Keen said. Also, badge logs for the plenum hatches in the last 12 hours. Ruiz already had them printing. 2 opens between midnight and 1. Facilities master. 1 at 2:58. Temporary contractor key. No name. Cameras saw who? Blind spots, Ruiz said, hating the phrase. Keen watched the loop again. She could almost hear it. Don't look up. She filed the sensation for later. She tipped her chin at the ladder. Above ceiling, she said. We go slow. We touch nothing we don't have to. If you feel the grid flex, say it out loud. Detective? The supervisor tried again, clinging to his chorus. Fire code. Keen steadied the ladder, breathed once, and waited for the ceiling to answer with dust and truth above them. She wants above-ceiling access. Facilities box. Fire code. No civilians. Part 3. Above the false sky. Facilities brought the ladder like a guilty offering. Ruiz rolled out a cart from security's gear closet, Tyvek suits, shoe covers, N95s, nitrile gloves, headlamps, evidence bags. Keen zipped, masked, and tugged the hood up, a ritual that never felt like armor so much as consent. The facility supervisor hovered, murmuring about permits and thermal expansion, the catechism of people who live between code and consequence. Exigent safety inspection, the night administrator repeated. pen already on a form that would become a sacrament later. Proceed. The ladder's feet squeaked on the tile. Heat licked down through the grid, a dry exhale from the building's lung. Keen climbed first because arguments at floor level had ended. 3 rungs up, she set her palm to the T-bar and felt the hollow. A world above the world. She levered a tile up and out, its edges gritted with dust, and pushed her head and shoulders into the plenum. Boston's least romantic attic. Hot air, fiberglass looping conduit. Cable trays ran like quiet rivers. A supply duct hummed with the bass of moving air. The light bleeding in from fixtures below produced an unhelpful gloaming where surfaces turned to suggestions and the roof's underside muttered back radiating heat. The smell, a blend of old paper, piney rosin, and the acrid itch of insulation. Keen rested her gloved forearms on the T-bar and let her eyes adjust. She'd been above ceilings in hospitals before. She'd learned the angle at which to study dust. A headlamp clicked on behind her. "Take it slow," Ruiz said up the rung. "Say flex out loud." "Copy," Keen said. She pulled herself onto the narrow aluminum strut that spanned the grid, then onto a joist, distributing her weight the way you do when the floor is pretending. The heat found the space between her mask and cheek. Her suit whispered with each move. 2 feet ahead, the dust told a story. Knee prints, human-sized, a pair offset like a crawl. Left knee forward, right knee back, then reversed, a rhythm. Around the depressions, the coarse gray of fiberglass was scuffed to a rubbed silver, crushed low like grass where someone has dragged their weight. Keen knelt beside the first oval. The impression wasn't just crush. It was textured, ridged in a way that matched knee pads with molded ribs. Beside it, a half-moon scuff from a heel, sliding backward, not forward. People don't heel scuff retreat unless they're braced and pulling. "Track," Keen said softly. "Not to break the way," Dust held its sentence. She lifted her head and traced it with the beam. The crawl path ran the length of H19, low against the ductwork, a shallow trench pressed into insulation where no trench should be. It hugged the connector's spine from the cardiac wing toward the sealed psych ward wall, as if rehearsed. At 2 points, chalky smears dusted the T-bar, white that wasn't tile dust, finer, talc-like. Ruiz, now beside her, made the inevitable face under the mask. "Climbing chalk, or rosin mix," Keen said. "Grip help. You use it when you don't trust your hands." They moved in a slow, unhurried crawl that copied the prints without stepping in them. The headlamps cast bean-shaped pools on aluminum and ducts. The facilities tech stayed a unit behind, one hand on the strut, the other holding a small tool bag as if it might keep him from floating off the safe parts. He breathed loudly in his mask. "Talk to me," Keen said. She meant, "Say the creaks so the building can't." "Flex," Ruiz said when a T-bar sighed under her weight. "Flex," the tech echoed, more prayer than report. Keen's beam stopped on a scrap caught on a screw head. She tweezed it free with gloved fingers. A torn Velcro strap, the prickly side, edge fuzzed where it had failed under stress. A strip that would have mated to a wrist wrap or a thigh strap. The glue on its back had picked up a pinch of gray grit and a ghost of white. She held it under the light. The white wasn't tile. It clung like it wanted to stay. It powdered off on the glove, magnesium carbonate, likely the climber stuff. "Bag," Keen said. Ruiz unrolled an evidence envelope, held it open mouth wide. The strap went in with a sigh. Ruiz marked the bag in pencil. The facilities tech watched without blinking, the way people watch a needle go into someone else's arm. Ahead, the crawl track deepened near a square cutout. Keen adjusted her weight, felt the joist's complaint, and edged to the lip. A small access hatch sat in the roof deck. Unpainted steel, its surface salted with old rust and fresh scratches. Someone had worried letters into it with a key or a pocket knife. Strokes chattered by a vibrating hand. Cline contracting. The K had been carved twice to get it right. The metal around the letters showed recent, raw silver. The padlock on the hatch was new, retail shine against failing paint. Keen thumbed the lock, felt the factory edges. When was this hatch last logged? The facilities tech snapped his gaze to the supervisor's memory like a dog to a command. Monthly inspection 2 weeks ago, he offered. Logged as opened? Keen asked. Closed and locked, he said, choosing the part of the truth that contained fewer nouns. Keen's light drifted to the hinge. The paint there bore a crescent flake of something darker embedded in it, like sap in bark. She scraped it gently with a sterile swab. It smudged red-brown, piney. Rosin, chalk mixed with tree gum to stick to skin. Gymnasts use it. Violinists too. Climbers love it when chalk alone feels like lying. She swabbed and capped. The crawl track continued past the hatch, as if the hatch were both destination and halfway point. The path yanked tight toward the sealed H-ward wall, then splayed where whoever crawled had twisted their body to drop their weight through a tile. A tile nearby had been set back poorly. One corner sat high. Keen edged to it. Hold, she said, and all three of them froze, the way 3 bodies at height freeze when one says the word. She set 2 fingers to the proud corner and eased the tile up like opening a sleeping child's door. Heat rolled her eyebrows. Below, the night corridor was an empty mouth. The donor had died roughly 2 arm lengths to the right. The tile's underside was smeared, not in drag scratches or dust, but in a palm print pressed from the wrong side. The heel led toward the corridor. The fingers flared toward the plenum, upside down to the world below. The ridges were indistinct, chalk-thick and blurred like someone had clapped their hands full of powder and then tested paint. Ruiz saw it and exhaled a word that wouldn't pass in a church. She steadied her headlamp. Palm. Inverted. The evidence triangle she'd clipped to her pocket was useless up here. She took a dozen photos anyway. Scale, no scale, raking light, straight on. The camera's shutter sounded like a clock too honest to work in a hospital. Keen felt the tile's weight through the glove. It had the damp of recirculated air and the stickiness of skin someone else had asked too much from. She slid the tile back until it seated and breathed shallow to keep the fiberglass itch from scratching her throats inside. The tile made the small, precise sound a thing makes when it finds home again. No one acknowledged it. They inched along H-19's spine. Twice, the crawl track detoured around sprinkler hangers, then returned like a determined animal. Keen clocked a scuff on a conduit strap, fresh inks in the zinc where a buckle or hidden roller had kissed too hard. At a junction box, the fine white dust changed hue, pale gray gone paler still. She rubbed a fingertip on the glove. It squeaked, talc-like, the sort of powder that bloomed when you squeezed a chalk bag. Why chalk in a plenum? The facilities tech asked, voice small inside his mask. Because somebody needed grip, Keen said, and because somebody rehearsed. They reached a section where the grid had been walked enough to change the ceiling's tone. T-bars sat bowed a hair. The tiles had dulled under their stipple, the way a sternum bruises under compressions. Keen angled her light past the duct and found a second scrap. A short strap of black webbing with stitched loops, one torn, the Velcro mate to the piece bagged earlier. It carried a smear of rosin and a wool fiber caught in its stitches. Blue-gray, hospital blanket color. Bag, Keen said again. Ruiz's pencil moved. Velcro strap segment number 2. Rosin, fiber, blue-gray. The facility's supervisor found his courage where it was safe. If a contractor rigged something up here without a permit, then they had help, Keen said. Locks don't scratch themselves with names. Keys don't float. The tech's headlamp jittered toward the hatch's scratch again. Klein Contracting, he read, soft. They did a lot of our camera swaps. Their lead, Ava Klein, Ruiz said. The name hung in the heat the way a note hangs in a stairwell. A small rattle sounded off to their left. All 3 rotated their beams. Nothing moved except the tiny gravity of dust. The HVAC throat sang a low vowel as a damper shifted. The building turned in its sleep. Keen waited for her heartbeat to come back to the beat she pretended it always kept. Continue, she said. They followed the track to the welded seam that marked the end of H-19's plenum and the beginning of older bones. The sealed psych ward wall rose under them. A concrete block back, gypsum's faint chalk at the seam. No formal access here, just an old return duct that had been blanked years ago with a sheet metal patch and pop rivets. Around the patch, scratches like a dog at a door. Keen pressed gloved fingers to the metal. It was cool where everything else was hot. Someone's used this, she said. Impossible, the supervisor said. That duct is sealed. Right? Keen said, letting the word sit with its company of untruths. She scanned the rivets. One shine new. Two had scabs of dull gray, drilled out and reset more than once. She remembered the dome camera's silhouette sliding toward this end and not appearing again. You imagine walls and don't think of them as having doors until they give you one. Ruiz's radio popped a polite question from a nurse's station that didn't want to use the word body. Ruiz answered in clipped calm, as if steady sentences could weight the ceiling. Keen checked the crawl track again. It pooled near the duct, like traffic in front of a single exit. Her light found a chalk puff at the edge, the splash you get when someone's hands meet something with more conviction than sense. She swabbed, snapped, bagged. She could taste the chalk through the mask now, the ghost of gym floors and rope. Detective, Ruiz said. Keen looked again at the scratched hatch with the name. Whoever had carved it had wanted to be present even when they weren't. A territorial mark or a practical note, she didn't care which yet. She slid the new strap into an envelope, sealed it, initialed the flap, and tucked both envelopes into her inner pocket where evidence sometimes behaved better under a heartbeat. Bring me bolt cutter's next pass, she said to no one in particular. And a mirror, long-handled. For what? The supervisor asked, already regretting it. So we can see what thinks it's hiding, Keen said. She breathed the hot air slow so it would remember her shape. They backed out the way they had come, points of contact called like vows. Dust stirred only where it had already been stirred. At the ladder, Keen crouched and gave the corridor below one more look through the parted tile. Night had reset the hall to blank. H-19 watched them watch it. Back on the floor, the masks came off and the world smelled like antiseptic again. The facility's supervisor wanted to say something about liability, and he did. Keen let him. She was already unsealing the small envelope to check the strap again, to make sure the name on the hatch hadn't been a hallucination of heat. It hadn't. Powder clung in the torn loop's stitch like a confession. Keen pockets the strap and chalk. Asks, "Who's Ava Klein?" Part 4, Night Shift Witnesses. The code team dispersed the way storms do, edges first, then the middle. H-19 returned to its mutter. Keen let the hall cool a degree and then started on the human weather. The nurse's station had the huddled warmth of a campfire. Someone had pushed a box of saltines open. The sleeves stood up like used bandages. A corkboard held smiling faces with last names under them. Some with black ribbon corners from older losses the hospital never stopped accruing. Juniper Hall appeared twice, one photo with graduation hair, one with the bun Knights require. She was wiping down a stethoscope with a square of gauze when Keen introduced herself. "June," the badge said. The badge also said she'd been here 6 years. "You're the detective?" Keen said. "How long on nights?" 18 months straight. June didn't smile. She had that night shift civility that isn't a performance. "I like the quiet until I don't." Keen asked her to walk H-19 with her. June hesitated like the hall were a debt being called. They went anyway. The corridor made both their voices soft. "You know why they call it H-19? June asked, filling the space people fill so silence won't choose its own words. "The connector between H-Ward and the new wing," Keen said. June shook her head once. "Hush, 19. That's what we say when we have to cross after 2. You go fast. You don't look up." She stopped herself, embarrassed at the superstition. "You asked about the donor." "Yes. He wanted to walk," June said. "He wanted to show he could. He had that chairman energy." She rubbed her forearm where the cuff of her fleece had worn smooth. "I told him I'd go with, but he got a step on me because I was helping a telemetry alarm that wasn't real. You get false alarms clustered, and you learn not to jump every time, and that's when the wrong one bites." "What did you hear?" Keen asked. "His feet, the cart from the other end. Respiratory coming." June looked at the seam of the ceiling like staring could make it take responsibility. "And him, he said, June pressed her lips together, the way people do when their mouth wants to blurt and their brain wants to cure it. He said, "Don't make me." Very small. Not to me. Not like a joke. Like he was answering someone who gave him a choice he didn't have. Keen filed the exact phrasing. "Don't make me," present tense. "Yes." "Did he look at you?" June shook her head. "Up," she said, and she didn't look up as she said it. Just the tilt. Like you do when you remember the thing you were trying not to remember. "Did you ever look up?" June braved it. The stipple gave her nothing back. "I don't," she said. "H19 gets in your bones if you let it. I go fast. I stay in the light from the doorways. I count my steps. I put my hand on the rail that isn't there." She huffed a laugh at herself and hated the sound. "I know the floor. I don't want to know the ceiling." He nodded. "The cameras show something moving on the grid." "I don't need the cameras to tell me the ceiling moves," June said. "I felt the tiles flex once last week. Not sag. Flex." She rubbed her arms briskly, as if the memory threw a draft. "Like someone up there didn't like how long I took." The respiratory tech from the code, Owen O'Shea, leaned in the station doorway, still nursing a paper cup that had given up on heat. Early 30s, black hair gone humid under a cap, forearms freckled. He watched the hall like it could sprint. Keen motioned him over. "You were on the code," Keen said. "Yeah," Owen said. "I bagged him." He looked at the cup. "Didn't matter. Have you ever heard anything above H19 you couldn't write down as HVAC?" Keen asked. Owen smiled with half his mouth. "You hang out with vents long enough, they start telling you stories. Dampers chatter. Ducks cough. Tiles tick like beetles." He took a sip and sloshed air against cardboard. "But," he shrugged, "there's the grid sound. And then there's the grid moving like someone's crawling and trying not to make the grid sound." "How long ago?" "A couple nights back," he said. "I was rolling a neb down from ED because the elevator was doing that half-step mis-level, and..." The T-bars creaked across the center run. "Not wind. Wait, I stopped dead because it felt like stopping was the test. Then it stopped." He scratched the heel of his hand distractedly. A dust of white traced the motion, vanished when he wiped it on his scrub pants. Keen's "I counted the granules" without making her face do it. "Ever been above the ceiling yourself?" she asked, casual, interested in competence. "Once," he said, grimacing at the memory. "After the last fall, our night facilities guy was slow, so I popped a corner to make sure no one had dumped something in the return. Hated it up there. Scrap metal and mouse turds and that pink itchy stuff." He nodded toward H19. "Didn't go far." "You wear gloves?" "Yeah," he said, like it should have been obvious. "And I washed my hands twice after." He showed her a knuckle scuffed near the nail. "Recent. I slipped coming off the ladder. Tried not to yell." "You tell anybody?" He shrugged. "Ruiz logged it, I think. She logs everything." Affection there, too, under the night joking. Keen asked him for his number and to be reachable. He nodded, folded it into his pocket with the care of someone who still believes handoffs matter. A psych resident materialized at the edge of their small orbit like a moon that wished it were a planet. Felix Moretti, the badge said. He had pen marks on his fingers and sleep marks on his face he hadn't earned honestly. Telepsychiatry does its own kind of time. He had that confident skepticism people learn when they have to be responsible for the brain's tricks. "You're the detective?" he asked, already selling his angle. "I'm on nights for psych. We've been fielding the rumor load." Keen gestured to the empty chairs in the family room adjacent. They sat in the soft light hospitals reserved for spaces where people are supposed to forgive each other. "What rumor load?" Keen asked. "That H19 is haunted," Moretti said, rolling his eyes for the invisible jury. "That people see figures. That the old fire put something in the walls. Nurses are the best mythographers." "Nurses do the most walking," June said from the doorway, not apologizing. Moretti held up a conciliatory hand. "I'm not dismissing. I'm just saying there are physical reasons a corridor might induce a type of suggestion." "Such as?" Keen said. "Let him teach." It keeps people honest. Infrasound, Moretti said. HVAC resonance. If you've got a fan throwing around 17 hertz, which is not impossible, we're at the edge of human hearing. It can make people anxious, nauseated, give you that visual drift at the periphery. Add low lux, overnight fatigue, and the lovely stroboscopic artifacts from IR assist on the cameras. And he spread his hands. You're going to get silhouettes that aren't there, or rather, are there only in the way the brain resolves noise. You've measured 17 hertz in H19? Keen asked. I haven't personally done a sweep, he admitted. But one of the building engineers posted a chart to our research Slack last month. A bump around that frequency. People got excited about a suggestibility corridor. He made the academic face. I told them to slow down. Bad science makes good ghosts. Keen didn't dislike him. He moved information quickly without needing to be the hero of it. Do you cross H19? She asked. I do, he said, and I go faster than I need to, because my amygdala doesn't have tenure. He sat back. Call it mass suggestion if you want, but if staff believe a hall is wrong, it becomes wrong. People hesitate where they shouldn't. They miss rails that aren't there. Have you ever gone above the grid? Keen asked. In spirit, Moretti said dryly. In practice, no. That's facilities kingdom. I get nauseous changing light bulbs. Keen kept her face unlit. Were you on at 3:14? I was on telepsych consults, he said. ED had a pair of agitated patients. Time-stamped. If you want recordings, hospital counsel will love to show you where they keep them. He smiled like he'd said something charming. June leaned against the door jamb like she'd seen that smile on 2 floors and would see it again tomorrow. She didn't enter. She listened. Keen went back to the corridor with June, because witnesses say truer things when you give them an exit. When you tell the others, what do you say? Keen asked. I tell my new nurses. Don't dawdle, June said. Don't let your mind fill the quiet. Don't look. She cut herself off with a tiny breath snag. Up, Keen finished for her. June nodded, grateful and ashamed in equal measure. We don't call it a thing, she added. We say silhouette, shadow. We don't say ghost. If you say ghost, it sticks. Keen heard the verb choice and wrote it down in the ledger she kept where language pays out. Silhouette is gentler. It gives the mind a shape to hold without marrying it. People name around what they fear to invite. The night administrator drifted by with a clipboard held like a shield. Detective counsel would like to know if you'll need sign statements tonight or in the morning, she said. The practiced neutrality had softened since the code. The rosary in her pocket made a small bulge. And if you'll need a quiet room, I'll take audio from the badge endpoints along H19 for the last week, Keen said. And I'll need staff rosters for every code in that span. That's a lot of privacy, the administrator said, voice making privacy do the work of liability. It's a lot of dead, Keen said gently. We'll sign your forms. They passed Owen again. He watched the ceiling the way you watch a storm line move over water, pretending you don't want to see the first strike. He caught Keen's eye and looked away, suddenly childlike. I don't want to be on your report, he said. I just want to sleep. You and me both, Keen said. Back at the station, June scribbled on a scrap of medication label, the kind you tuck on a syringe to keep time honest. She folded it in half and placed it on the counter like a tip neither of them wanted to acknowledge. For later, she said, not meeting Keen's eyes. You didn't get this from me. Keen palmed it the way people palm coins in churches. She unfolded it with her thumb under the lip of the counter. Block letters printed small to outrun a shake. Check H19 last year. Fall plus suicide plus elevator. June rearranged the crackers with unnecessary care. We don't want ghosts, she said. We want reasons. Me too, Keen said. She slid the note into the inside pocket with the chalk and the strap, where all the night's small truths collected under her ribs, patient as a held breath. June slips Keen an anonymous note. Check H19 last year. Fall plus suicide plus elevator. Part 5, A Corridor's Body Count. The paper part of a hospital lives in systems with soft names, Clarity, Epic, Lawson, like perfumes meant to mask what they hold. Keen sat at a spare workstation in security, borrowed credentials tethered to Ruiz's shoulder, and pulled incident reports the way divers pull rope. Hand over hand, counting knots. 6 months, she said. Falls, codes near H19, elevator faults, anything with parking ramp, and unwitnessed. Ruiz keyed the filters. Results populated in a bureaucratic snow. Incident, type, date, time, location, outcome. Keen sorted by location first, then by the hour nobody wants. 3 reports rose to the surface as if they had agreed to meet. The first wore a euphemism thick enough to trip over. Patient safety event. Misleveling, elevator A, cardiac. The narrative box was all policy verbs. Escalated, mitigated, contacted. Beneath the verbs, a body. A post-op patient's foot had been where the car wasn't. The car rose a half step with the doors open, the kind of failure people call rare, because any other word is frightening. The notes said the shoe stayed in the car. The toes did not. The surgical team saved what they could. Outcome, partial amputation, stabilized. Time, 1:52. Location, elevator A, 40 feet from the H19 connector. The second was blunt because bluntness costs less when it's staff employee injury. Fall, H19 connector. Juniper Hall was not on the line. A nurse with 11 months on nights was. She had slipped on wet floor, unknown source, struck her forearm on the floor rail that should have been there, and snapped both bones with the clean finality of green wood. The box that asks for contributing factors carried 3 checkmarks. Lighting, low. Environmental, crowding/obstruction. Alarm. The alarm in question had been a telemonitor calling Wolf for the 3rd time in an hour. Time, 3:16. Location, midpoint H19. The third hid its violence behind an old phrase, behavioral health, self-harm, parking structure. The victim had been a visitor with a day pass sticker still curling on his coat. He had taken 3 turns around the ramp, then gone over the wall on level 5, the kind of jump that means a person wanted the decision wrested from them by gravity. The camera on 5 had been under maintenance. The timestamp on the access gate showed an outlier. The arm lifted twice without a car crossing the loop, a twitch no one had explained. Time, 2:38. Location, the open air where the hospital ends and its debts begin. The narrative set its anchor. Subject had recent exposure to a code event in H19 and reported distress about the ceiling. Keen lined them up in her head, then on the screen, then on the legal pad she kept because pens are evidence too. She asked Ruiz for the building logs that hospitals pretend are dull. HVAC trends, elevator faults, vendor access windows. Ruiz called a number that put her on hold long enough to hear the hospital's gift shop jingle twice. Engineering's sending BMS exports, Ruiz said at last. You'll get fan speeds, damper positions, set points, alarms. Also elevator PLC fault logs. I can pull vendor VPN hits from our firewall. Do it, Keen said. And the camera change tickets from vendor IT. The BMS export landed like a spreadsheet trying to apologize. Columns of date time stamps, units per second, percentages, statuses. Keen traced the night of the mislevel first. Elevator A had thrown a de-leveling error at 147 and again at 51. The PLC acknowledged, reset, then posted doors open, drive enabled. A condition Keen didn't like in a phrase she did not want to learn to like. 2 minutes earlier, a badge controller on the same floor had accepted a remote configuration from a vendor IP. The firewall logs, when Ruiz turned them, showed a VPN handshake from vendor core 02 at 1:39. 17 minutes later, a camera in H19 took a firmware patch that did not disrupt service. The patch note euphemized what patches always do. She ran the nurse's fall. At 3:14, the minute the donor dropped, HVAC registered a SP setpoint override on the H19 air handler. The fan bumped. A backdraft fluttered the drop ceiling. A second later, the camera's IR assist jumped to forced on. Its gain went high enough to make floor shine into ice and shadows into geometry. 2 minutes after the nurse's ulna broke, a remote session disconnected with the polite farewell of a well-trained thief. The parking ramp's suicide carried its own pattern. 232. Vendor connection. 234. Badge access. Maintenance subpanel near the stairwell cameras. 236. Ramp gate. Open without loop detection. 238. An elevator fault flag in the adjacent pavilion coughed and resolved. The HVAC trend on H19, for no respectable reason, showed a small, sympathetic dip, like a building catching its breath for a verse it didn't want to sing. Coincidence, Ruiz said, flat and disbelieving at the same time. Correlation, Keene said, and correlation's friend who likes to rent by the hour. She asked the firewall for the vendor logins by user agent. A shared root credential looked back, dates from all 3 events and a handful of nights with no reports attached. She circled the other nights. What happened these nights? She asked. Nothing we wrote down, Ruiz said. Which doesn't mean nothing. Pull after-hours service tickets. Any call about flicker, hum, smells. Patients asking to be moved near H19. Staff reporting nausea, dizziness. That's a lot of everything, Ruiz said. That's pattern, Keene said. Hospital counsel arrived by email instead of person. A paragraph of condolences and cooperation wrapped around the wire of risk. The subject line carried the word support. The third sentence carried scope and requests in writing. The last line asked Keene to consider the sensitivity of donor relations and offered our communications team as a partner. Friendly, Ruiz said, reading over Keene's shoulder. Threat with good bedside manner, Keene said. She replied with 3 attachments. A subpoena template, the camera configuration diffs she already had, and a list titled preservation notice that would make IT's coffee go cold. All H19 camera raw, all badge logs, VPN records, elevator PLC logs, BMS control histories. She CC'd the DA because paper makes other paper stand up straighter. Ruiz rubbed her temple with a knuckle. Administration wants ghosts, she said finally. A confession from someone who had resisted the line as long as she could. Ghosts don't sue. Ghosts don't sit for depositions. If the story is, the old psych ward is weird at night, no one has to return a grant or renegotiate an insurance rider. Ghosts don't reset IR gain at 3 hours 13 minutes and 58 seconds, Keene said. They pored over the elevator incident deeper because elevators tell truth in their own blunt language. The mislevel's root cause analysis, such as it was, read like a political speech. Equipment performed within acceptable parameters. Isolated anomaly. Vendor notified. A photo attached, grainy, lit by flashlight, showed the threshold with a lip of shadow no one had intended. In the corner, a shoe print where a nurse had braced and pushed back against physics. Keene zoomed. The tread pattern was common. The dust halo on the sill was not. It held a chalky crescent against the brushed steel. Chalk, she said. We don't chalk elevators, Ruiz said. We lubricate them wrong sometimes, but we don't chalk them. Maybe you don't, Keene said. She called up the employee injury report and dug into its learning points. The floor had been wet, unknown source. The custodian on duty had mopped a dry hall 10 minutes later out of protocol. But the mop head showed no soap streaks, only clean water. June's colleague had sworn there'd been a shimmer she didn't expect, a light that made the floor look like a mirror. IR assist and gain would do that. Your eye says dry, your foot writes otherwise. The parking structure report had a map attached. Paths in blue indicated wandering. The blue circled and circled, then arrowed toward the wall with the fatal understatement of an arrow that will never know it is pointing at the worst second of a life. The environmental scan box listed lighting. Adequate, cameras, level 5 offline, security patrol elsewhere. Council had added a line in bold. No institutional fault determined. Keene penciled next to it. No institutional admission determined. Ruiz's printer coughed out a list of vendor contacts. Camera subcontractor, badge contractor, elevator service, HVAC maintenance, names with after-hours numbers. One name repeated in different columns the way a chorus repeats under various verses. Klein. Klein Contracting had a camera line item. Klein also appeared as a consultative partner on badge and IR integration. The after-hours contact read A. Klein, 24/7. You've worked with them? Keen asked. Ava Klein, Ruiz said. Tight ponytail, knows her way around a soffit. She's the one their team sends when our cameras decide their art. Ruiz's mouth tugged. She talks like nothing can surprise her. That's a tell. Invoices? Keen asked. Facilities has them, Ruiz said. But you'll find them faster through finance. They move quicker when they think you're counting. Keen's email pinged with a new attachment from engineering. A spectrogram from a portable sensor someone had walked down H19 last month, colored like a storm. A ridge rose at 17 hertz. It wasn't a mountain. It was enough. The notes said HVAC harmonic identified, remediation scheduled. The remediation had been in progress for 3 weeks. On the nights of all 3 events, the fan speeds had been nudged a hair, comfort tuning, the sort of thing that lowers patient complaints and raises engineers' pulses. Who has access to the BMS? Keen asked. Engineering, vendor HVAC, and sometimes vendors piggyback through camera gateways because someone was lazy 3 CFOs ago, Ruiz said. She winced. You didn't hear that. I heard it the second I read shared root, Keen said. She built 3 columns on her pad. Human, system, story. Under human, patients, a nurse, a visitor. Later, perhaps a doctor. Under system, camera IR, badge controllers, elevator PLCs, HVAC set points. Under story, haunted corridor, old fire, H-ward mirrors. The lines crossed and made a net. People fall through nets more easily than anyone admits. The night administrator materialized with a printout held like contraband. Council says to remind you we are cooperating, she said, and to ask if there's anything else they can provide tonight. Yes, Keen said, taking the paper and setting it aside untouched. Vendor IT contacts, after hours. Whoever sits at the keyboard when the cameras change themselves. Ruiz didn't need to look it up. She had it on a sticky behind her monitor because sticky notes move faster than permissions. She wrote a number with the economy of someone who has dialed it while swearing. Beneath the number, she added the name like a footnote to a problem. Ava Klein. Keen asks for vendor IT contacts. Ruiz gives one. Ava Klein. Part 6, the contractor. The number on Ruiz's sticky looked like a dare. Keen stepped into the stairwell where the acoustics made phones sound like confessions and punched it in with her thumbnail. The call rang long enough to suggest voicemail and then snapped live on the last beat. Ava, a woman's voice said, not asking. Crisp, awake in the way people are who sleep in bursts. This is Detective Mara Keen, Boston Homicide, Keen said. I'm at St. Athanasius. We have an incident in the H19 connector. Your company's name is on my logs. For the cameras? A small smile in the voice. They're dramatic in that hall. Is this about the thing that crawls on the ceiling? Boston's Spider-Man. Ruiz, listening at the landing with her arms folded, mouthed the word wow without humor. We can call it a silhouette, Keen said. You have overnight windows in your contract. We see a remote configuration change at 3 hours 13 minutes and 58 seconds. Exposure, IR assist, gain. From a vendor subnet. That's entirely possible, Ava Klein said, unbothered. We push non-disruptive updates on night mode. IR assist helps when you're in low lux. Your nurses like to keep it soft. Our firmware helps the sensor see. A keyboard ticked faintly on her end. Fast and practiced. Who's the patient? You tell me, Keen said. HIPAA doesn't cover me, she said lightly. But I play nice. If this is the one who fell, are they okay? Dead, Keen said, because some words need to clear the room out. The stairwell swallowed a degree of heat. A half-beat pause. I'm sorry, Ava said, and meant it efficiently. The changes we push don't trip people. They just make your ugly look less ugly. The remote session during the crash, Keen said. Who initiates that? My overnight, Ava said. Fingernails tapped plastic. We rotate. It's a shared route. Before you lecture me about audit trails we log. Vendor Core 02 is our Boston gateway. A breath that almost became a laugh. And before you ask if shared routes are best practice, our contract is 5 years old and written by someone who thought DVRs were still cute. We inherit other people's ghosts all the time. Ruiz's eyebrows arched. Keen kept her tone level. At 2:58, a temporary contractor key opened a plenum hatch along H19. At 3:13, a camera took a midspan config. At 3:14, a man dropped. "What were you doing above my ceiling tonight, Miss Klein?" Another micropause. The sound of someone calibrating the exact weight of a denial. "I wasn't on site," she said. "I'm at home in Eastie. Want to hear the dog snore?" The smile again, a little tighter. If a hatch opened, facilities opened it. If a contractor did, they were on a job I didn't scope. "Your company name is scratched into a roof hatch," Keen said. "Klein Contracting." "Then someone likes me," Ava said. "Detective, with respect, you're going to find my fingerprints all over that hospital in the metaphorical sense. We've been swapping cameras there for 2 years. We did your badge controllers after a teenager figured out how to short the maglock with a paperclip. We quote HVAC integration because engineers love to route through a camera they already paid for. We are everyone's duct tape. It's hard to be duct tape and not get stuck to something." Keen listened to the shape behind the words. Competence, yes. Confidence as policy. And the little prickle of someone who did not ever expect to be asked to account to a person with a badge that didn't say vendor. "Who had the keyboard at 3:13? Keen asked. "I can check," she said. A squeak office chair spin. "Give me a minute. I'll hold," Keen said, and put the call on speaker just enough that Ruiz could hear the rhythm of the typing and the small grunt when a VPN throws a tantrum. "Okay," Ava said. "The root session shows a handoff. We log terminals by color because programmers are children. Looks like purple, that's Andy. Pushed IR assist force on because the lux dipped for a second and the motion detection on that wide angle is a jerk when it's moody. Then blue, that's me. Checked a minute later. We saw a crowd, figured code. We reverted the IR back to auto so you didn't get the glacial smear. A beat of candor. Your ceiling domes? The vendor sold you the worst IR ring I've seen. They flare. I've been trying to get you to bid a swap." "Andy's last name," Keen said. "I'm not going to give you my tech's personal data without a formal request," Ava said, polite but suddenly a little lawyered. "Send me the preservation notice and the subpoena. I'll be a peach." "We've already sent preservation," Keen said. "And one more thing. Badge activity shows your credentials used at a hatch 3 hours before the code." "That's cute," Ava said. "I was on a Zoom with your admin at midnight, promise. We have the recording because someone's camera was pointed at a ceiling fan. If my badge authenticated, you've got a clone, or facilities checked out a temp and didn't write it down. Not my circus." "Who else carries your keys?" Keen asked. "We sign out temps to subs," she said. "We track them with a spreadsheet that makes me sad. We also do digital tokens for some of the camera heads because the old ones won't take certificates. You'd think hospitals would be good at expiration. But no. Subcontractors," Keen said. "Names. The ones who go above the grid." "We have a couple," Ava said, evasive as a cat. "Depends on the job. Duct guys if we need to fish cable where God and the fire code don't want us. Low voltage cowboys for terminations. A teenager with a laptop when someone forgets a password." She let the last line land as charm. "We found climbing chalk, rosin, and a rig scrape on a conduit above H19, Keen said. "A Velcro strap with white powder embedded. A palm print inverted on a tile." "That's theatrical," Ava said. "Are you sure you didn't crawl up there and make a mess?" The joke barely cleared the bar for humor. "You got a lot of adrenaline up there. We also have a hatch with your name scratched into it," Keen said. "I don't carry a knife," Ava said. "I carry a Torx, 3 sizes, and a comeback kid screwdriver. If one of my guys etched their name into your building, I'll make them buff it with their toothbrush." Her voice softened. The swagger dipped. "Detective, respect the ghost story if you want, but our part is boring. We push firmware. We nudge gain. We file tickets so your counsel feels kissed. We do not tip people off ledges. We do not taste donors. Keen let the new noun sit on the step between them.
Dase.
The me will tell you, Ava said, and realized late what she'd given away. I mean, whatever. I've seen tasers. They leave their own little geometry in myocardium. I listen to EMT's gossip in bars like everyone else. Who told you a taser was involved? Keen asked, mild as a librarian. Silence trimmed itself short. Educated guess, Ava said. You called homicide, not risk. That means a person made a choice. If the old guy fell, either he fainted or someone helped him. Cameras didn't help him. I make ugly look less ugly, remember? What do you call what's on my ceiling? Keen asked. A bad install and a worse maintenance plan, Ava said. And yes, on some nights, a shadow that moves wrong. You want the boring version? IR wavelengths reflect off the stipple in that corridor like a funhouse. If there's particulate in the plenum and airflow pulses, your dome's digital noise reduction interprets it as motion. It will look like knees and elbows. Human brains are pattern factories. Then why do my cameras show an 11-frame hiccup in the timestamp? Keen asked. That's your NVR catching up, Ava said. Someone on your network is doing naughty things to a switch upstream. The video keeps writing, the timestamp overlay stutters. Fix your core. Or call me and I'll fix it for you after 3 meetings about scope. The smile was back, professional, tired. Who was the donor? There it was. The reach. Keen could hear the teeth of a zipper as Ava shifted. One of those auditory Polaroids that tell more than the words. Why? Keen asked. I keep lists, Ava said. When expensive people die on my watch, I want to spell the apology right. You're not on this watch, Keen said. Not unless you're above my ceiling. Another breath. Detective, I'm trying to help you solve an image problem, she said. It's what I do. Give me a name so I can check if they called us last week about the strobing. You can check your tickets without a name, Keen said. Pull every call tagged H. 19 for the last 6 months. And while you're in your SAD spreadsheet, send me your key list, permanent and temporary, and the last 30 days of subcontractor assignments for this campus. Names, cells, who goes up, who doesn't. I'll need counsel, Ava said. You'll need a pen, Keen said. We can do the other kind if you prefer. Ava laughed for real then, quick and low. You're fun, she said, not meaning it. Okay, preservation notice received. Subpoena pending. Keys list in the morning if your admin stops acting like the cameras are covered under pastoral care. Subs, sure. You'll hate them. They're all named after animals or dead presidents. We'll love them, Keen said. One more. At 1:39, vendor core 02 hand shook with our firewall. At 2:58, a temporary key opened a hatch. Which of your people had a reason to be awake under my roof? I did, Ava said. We split East Coast nights in thirds. I was awake, but I wasn't there. A tiny clink. A coffee mug set down. Look, detective, if someone is playing Spider-Man in your plenum, my bet is on some knucklehead facilities uncle with spare keys and a YouTube degree. We don't climb. We send invoices. Your badge says otherwise, Keen said. Then your system's drunk, Ava said. Or someone bought a blank on eBay. Badge cloning is high school if no one audits the weekend reader. Not my circus. She softened the phrase a second time, as if repetition made it true. Send me your official ask. I'll make my lawyer put on her good shoes. Keen thanked her with a syllable that didn't tell her anything and ended the call. Ruiz leaned on the rail. You believe her? I believe she's as good as the first story she can keep standing, Keen said. She texted engineering for a dump of badge controller events with card numbers, then facilities for the last time A. Klein badged into anything with a hinge. The reply came faster than dignity. 2314. Plenum H19. Open/close. Card, Clinia. Reader, Temp, Plenum 03. Ruiz read over her shoulder. She says she was on Zoom at midnight. She was, Keen said. Your admin's email just sent me the link to the recording. She tapped it. The thumbnail showed the hospital's night administrator box small at one corner, a ceiling fan stuttering in another, a woman with a tight ponytail and a headset in the main frame. The timestamp bracketed 0:01 to 0:47. Between the two, a tinny discussion about camera coverage and donor events that sounded like a lullaby written by lawyers. The moment it ended, the badge log had Clinia opening a hatch 30 floors of ductwork away. Clone, Ruiz said. Or borrowed, Keen said. Or someone who knows her well enough to copy her habits. She scrolled. 3 hours before the code, the hatch opens. 15 minutes before, Vendor Core 02 plays with our sealing eyes. Then a man who paid to have his name on a wall turned his head where someone wanted it turned. The air in the stairwell had cooled. Keen slid the phone into her blazer. "Get me Klein's key list," she said. "Permanent and temps for the last month. And the names of her subs. The ones who call ceilings walkways." Ruiz nodded, already dialing, already composing the sort of request that sounds like an olive branch and reads like a warrant. Keen requests Klein's key list and recent subcontractor names. Part 7, autopsy and an absence. The morgue at St. Athanasius sits where all hospitals keep their truth. One level lower than anyone likes to remember. Behind a door that opens to a smell that doesn't read as smell until it settles on the back of your tongue. The fluorescents were a colder species down here. They made everything look like it had already been filed. Dr. Noah Iqbal was halfway into his gown when Keen arrived. He had a way of moving that was efficient without being hurried, like a teacher who knows the exam is easy if you actually studied. He didn't bother with the handshake. He nodded at her and at the body under the sheet with equal degrees of respect. "You want prelims or poetry?" he asked, snapping a glove. "Prelims," Keen said. "We're not ready for poetry." He lifted the sheet. The donor's face had become the face of a man who was done being named in press releases. There was the mottling you expect after compressions. There was the lividity that answers to gravity without sentimentality. There wasn't, he noted, the sort of damage a fall in a corridor would brag about. No scalp laceration worth a stitch, no occipital goose egg that could explain the heart shutting down, no constellation of injuries that come from a body striking the world with surprise. Iqbal traced with gloved fingers. Sternum shows compression, clean, uniform, the team knew what they were doing. Rib fractures. 2, both anterolateral, consistent with resuscitative effort. No flail. No posterior scalp hematoma. No zygomatic fractures. Temporals intact. Cervical spine feels clean. There's a contusion on the right knee. Tiled floors make sharp friends. He angled the donor's head with a gentle thumb under the jaw. No petechiae of note. Eyes are ordinary for a sudden cardiac event. "So he didn't die of the fall," Keen said. "I'll be louder," Iqbal said, and his voice became the kind of careful that counts as a sentence. "He did not die of the fall." He pulled a rolling tray close and clicked a penlight. "What he did die of..." He paused, not for effect but to make sure his own mind had stepped where his eyes were stepping. "The EKG telemetry you brought shows a very short run of ventricular chaos right before the flatline. Not the messy Brady drift you get with vagal events. A jolt. Sudden. Clean. If I had to name that pattern, I'd say a stun discharge is in the family portrait." "Taser," Keen said. "I'm not endorsing a brand," Iqbal said dryly. "External electrical input. Enough to push unhappy myocardium into a rhythm it couldn't climb out of. The chest." He angled the light again, softer now. "Notice here and here." He indicated 2 small ovals near the left axillary line. Faint brown-pink with a tight, dry edge. Superficial thermal changes. Could be old, could be new. Could be nothing. Could be the kind of artifact you get when someone uses a contact stun and then lets cloth take the brunt. "Any dart penetrations?" Keen asked. "None I can see. No fishhook surprises. If this was electricity, it was likely delivered close and unromantic." He lifted the arm. No 4 bruises besides his line. No injection marks that like to hide. "We'll do histology, of course." He moved like a metronome, recording as he went. The steel of the table reflected a man who had taught himself to be a mirror that didn't lie. He took a scalpel and opened the Y with practiced grace. and for a moment the world was only the theater of anatomy and the sound medical steel makes on bone. The heart came into his hands with the deference of a thing that had done its best and failed. Iqbal propped the organ on a foam cradle and made thin, patient slices. "Look," he said, and held the section for Keen to see. Subendocardial hemorrhage at the anterior wall. Contraction band necrosis here, focal. He pointed with the blade tip. "Not lightning, not something that took the house down. But it tells me this heart saw catecholamines, a surge, and then it saw a hammer. Sometimes a jolt leaves a geometry you can see. This is a hint, not a banner." "Enough for me," Keen said. "Enough for a warrant if counsel decides to be coy." Iqbal handed the section off and nodded to a tech who might have been born patient. "We'll have slides later. For now," he set the heart down. "Let me give you the other thing bodies do for us. They carry the building into the room." He took a roll of tape lifts, the kind used for the tiny archaeology of a life lived earlier in the day, and pressed them to the donor's hairline and collar. The tape came up with specks like the beginnings of a winter. He set them under a stereo microscope and leaned in. "Fibers," he said. "Not clothing. Glass." He adjusted the focus and let Keen see. The thin, translucent needles glittered like small, malicious icicles. "Fiberglass. Microscopic. Common in. Ceiling plenum insulation," Keen finished. The itch in her throat returned with the memory. "We found knee tracks and chalk up there." Iqbal nodded. He turned to the collar. "Dust," he said, pleased that his tape and the day's previous business were speaking the same language. "Ceiling dust. White-gray with a binder that's not ordinary plaster. When the tape slid over it, it smudged." He offered the slide under the wide lens again. The smudge held a ghost of white that had clung to the donor's shirt like a last idea. "And the nails?" Keen asked. Iqbal's mouth made a small private smile. The kind good craftsmen give themselves when the job lets them be good at it. He took a wooden pick, scraped gently under the donor's fingernails, and collected the blooms of grit on glass. Under the microscope, the grime came into focus as a composite. Skin, hospital trivia, and two small strangers. "This," he said, pointing at a cluster that reflected the light differently, "gives me pine, rosin." He moved to the neighbor. "And this magnesium carbonate, chalk, the kind climbers use. The kind you get if you grab a hand someone has chalked to trust their grip, or you press your palm to a surface dusted with it, or you reach up and touch the underside of a tile someone just crawled across," Keen said. "Bodies pick up the weather," Iqbal said. "Even indoor weather." A tech handed over initial talk strips like a humble magic trick. Iqbal didn't brighten. He never did, whether results came back as tools or obstructions. He peered, then looked at Keen. "Benzodiazepine present," he said. "Midazolam, likely. Low residual, but in the bloodstream and not a rumor. Timing's the question. Our guy didn't have it ordered at this hour. Did he?" "No," Keen said. "Post-op, yes, but not for a vanity walk after midnight." She felt the puzzle piece seat. Sedate lead jolt. Fall. She didn't say it out loud. The room had microphones even if it didn't. Iqbal wrote a line with a pencil that had been sharpened like he respected trees. "Midazolam plus an electrical insult is an unpleasant duet," he said. "Makes a heart more teachable to catastrophe." "Teaching done by who?" Keen said. "That's your verse," Iqbal said. "I just sing harmony." He moved through the rest of his preliminary with that same geometry of certainty. No defensive wounds except the ordinary insistent bruises bodies leave when they try to keep being vertical. No old pacemaker leads. Fresh surgical adhesives at the catheter site, unremarkable. Nothing in the lungs that didn't look like a man whose chest had been argued with by good people trying to give him back time. Nothing in the stomach besides bland hospital food. No paradoxes to hide in, which is its own kind of arrow. Keen stepped away and called pharmacy from the corner by the metal sink, where the stainless reflection swallowed faces and returned shapes. She didn't ask for permission. She asked for the Pyxis audit for night shift N3 through N1. The pharmacist on the other end had the voice of someone who knows their system remembers everything, even when people would rather it didn't. You're asking for midazolam, he said after a beat. Pulls and wastes. Pulls, wastes, overrides, and cosigners, Keene said. Last 72 hours. Narrow to cardiac floor and adjacent units. Timestamp me in the hour before 3:14. There was the sound of keys. The business of a hospital moves on quiet keys. Okay, the pharmacist said, letting the word leave like a stone off a dock. In the hour leading up to 3:14, I have 4 midazolam transactions on the night Pyxis for cardiac, 2 pull and waste pairs, logged as waste within 3 minutes of pull. Different users, same cosigner, both occurring within half an hour of each other. Then 2 more in the general med Pyxis, same pattern. Who? Keene asked. I can give you badge numbers without counsel, he said. He gave them. Keene wrote them in the same hand she wrote suspects in when they're not yet allowed to be names. Cosigners are consistent, the pharmacist added. One username appears 3 times. That could be expedience. Night nurses help each other, but the pattern throws a flag. What about cancellations? Keene asked. 1 aborted transaction at 2:59 at a cardiac Pyxis, he said. User ID not completed, drawer opened, closed, timed out. Looks like someone changed their mind or decided to mask it another way. Timestamps, Keene said. He read them to her. She wrote them next to 3 hours 13 minutes and 58 seconds and 3 hours 14 minutes and 3 seconds. They sat together like cousins at a wake. She thanked him and hung up. Iqbal had finished closing. He stripped his gloves and washed in the way surgeons wash even when the world is not watching, scrubbing a ritual into skin. Your man was helped toward death, he said, not harsh, not gentle. If you want the sentence in hospital chart language, sudden cardiac death with features consistent with external electrical exposure, in the setting of sedative presence, terminal fall contributed but was not proximate cause. If you want it in the sort of language that doesn't get me called to testify about style. Somebody made his heart stupid and then gave gravity a job to do. You'll write electrical exposure? Keene asked. I'll write what I can defend wearing a suit, Iqbal said. Nothing about brand names. Nothing about manufacturers. You can do your own shopping. Keene looked at the donor. Even dead, he held on to that chairman angle in his mouth. Men like him don't think they can be moved unless they ask to be. She thought about June's whisper, don't make me. She thought about the camera game nudging the world into a mirror. She thought about chalk under a nail and fiberglass in the hair of a man who, by all accounts, kept his eyes forward. She pulled out her phone and checked the badge numbers against the roster Ruiz had printed for her. Names slotted into place with a patience that was worse than speed. She didn't write them down yet where anyone else could see them. Suspicion needs to be kept warm against the heart until it can walk. Iqbal dried his hands and looked at her with the frankness of colleagues who work in different corners of the same weather. You look like someone assembling a map, he said. I am, Keene said. The lines keep running overhead. She tucked the notes into her inner pocket where the chalk and the Velcro already rode. Evidence accumulates like lint until the shape of the sweater you're knitting suddenly declares itself. Send me talks the second it sings. It's humming already, Iqbal said. We'll see if the chorus agrees. On her way out, Keene paused at the cooler door. Labels stared back with their tidy grief. The handle was clean as a new promise. Hospitals are very good at clean handles. On the other side, the building stories lined up in body bags, the only kind of queue people don't complain about. Upstairs, the morning was beginning its lie about safety. Keene checked the time. Still night enough to be honest. She imagined the corridor above the corridor, the crawl lane shaped in the insulation like a habit, the hatch someone had scratched their name into to make sure the ceiling knew who it belonged to. She imagined a hand reaching down through a tile, chalked and sure, finding a shoulder and not needing to push, just needing to point. Keene. Who can pull meds and block a camera? Part 8, Pharmacy and Fingerprints. Pharmacies keep their sins tidy. The Pyxis audit arrived as a grid of times and initials, a decimal place for every drawer breath. Keene sat beside Ruiz in the small conference room outside Pharmacy. a space decorated with incentive posters about chain of custody, and a ficus that had almost learned to live without sunlight. The audit tech, square glasses, cardigan, name tag that said Darshan, slid printouts across. You wanted midazolam activity for the last 72 hours, narrowed to cardiac and adjacent floors. His tone said he'd run this dance before. His eyes said he still cared if anyone stepped wrong. Keen lined columns with a pen, ticking the minutes against her watch of the night. 2:41. Pull. 2:43. Waist with cosine. 2:54. Pull. 2:56. Waist with cosine. Then 3:05. Pull. 3:08. Waist. 3:11. Pull. 3:12. Waist. Same users? She asked. Not the pullers, Darshan said, but the cosigners repeat. He touched 2 cells like a magician repeating a card. Hall, Juniper on 3 of the waists. Moretti, Felix on 2. They alternate depending on which unit the drawer is on. Ruiz let out a breath through her nose. Nights of incidents? Darshan turned another page. Event correlations? Unverified. His print header confessed. On your mis-leveling night, same pattern. On the H-19 staff fall, same initials. On the parking ramp, less activity. But a late pull-in waist pair 2 doors down from H-19. He lifted a shoulder. It's not illegal to waste. It is musical when it happens in pairs that tight. Who requested the dose for the donor? Keen asked. No order, Darshan said, which doesn't mean none was given. Only that if something was used, it rode on someone else's chart and became waste. He gestured to a column of micronotes. The system will believe you if you tell it to. Keen thanked him and pocketed the stack. The corridor outside pharmacy felt narrower now, like the building had leaned to listen. She found June at the med room, badge at her hip, hands doing the 1,000-yard choreography of night nursing. June, Keen said, not unkind. Your name shows up as a cosigner on a lot of benzodiazepine wastes. June didn't flinch. Nights are lean, she said. You cosign for people because we're not staffed to stand over each other's shoulders. Felix, Dr. Moretti, does telepsychiatry consults. He calls up, asks for something to calm a patient while he de-escalates. You pull, you give, you waste what you didn't use. You waste within 2 or 3 minutes, Keen said. June set down a syringe, labeled it with a neat block hand that probably looked the same at noon. If you don't, the drawer yells at your conscience later. And if you've ever watched a colleague get written up for documentation friction, you learn to be tidy. Felix, often your cosigner? Keen asked. He's awake when others aren't, June said, then shook her head at how that sounded. He answers pages. If he's on a screen already, it's faster than pulling a resident out of an airway. Any time you pulled midazolam for the donor? No, June said. If I had, you'd have an order. I don't ghost dose donors. The edge in her voice wasn't for Keen. It was for whatever in the building had made the question necessary. She saw Keen clock it and softened. Felix always asks for extras, she added, practical again. Agitated patients burn through plans. I don't like it. I write it. I move on. Keen found Moretti in the family room, screen glow on his face, headset crooked around his neck like a stethoscope that had decided to be casual. He clicked mute on a window where a pixelated patient stared at an off-camera nurse. You sign a lot of wastes, Keen said. I sign a lot of everything, Moretti said. Nights are an improvisation. If you've got a guy tearing at his lines and there's one nurse and a tech, you do what keeps everyone breathing. June's fast on codes and by the book. I trust her. He smiled like he'd rehearsed it in the mirror once and kept it for later. If you're looking for diversion, look for people who hate paper. Do you hate paper? Keen asked. I collect it, he said. Badly. She let the beat nap a second, then woke it with, You ever route a patient across H19 when you didn't have to? Never, he said. I cut through only when I want to get somewhere faster. He blinked at himself. That sounded worse than it is. Everything here does, Keen said, and left him to his windows. Back in security, the evidence envelopes had found their cousins. The Velcro straps Keen had bagged upstairs went into the care of a crime scene tech with a kit like a traveling chapel. Powder, tape, gentle brushes, a camera that saw small things as religion. Keen stood over the table, hands behind her back, while the tech worked the way people work when they know a surface is going to be both generous and cruel. Prints on Velcro are optimistic, the tech said without apology. But sometimes people press hard when they're inventing a body. He dusted. The black bloom ran along the strap's torn loop, then broke into islands. The camera clicked. The ruler stepped in to be humble. He lifted with tape like you lift a sleeping child from a couch. Slow, convinced you're about to be punished. When the lift set, the image showed itself. Not a full whirl, not a hero, but the fat pads and half-ridge flow of a left finger, oriented wrong for anyone standing on the floor. Upside down. The smear track suggested someone had tugged the straps mate free while weighted different from gravity. Partial, the text said. 7, maybe 8 points if the gods are in a mood. Ruiz slid a sheet across to Keen. Elimination prints, consented. Keen had asked for swabs and prints from anyone who admitted going above the grid. Facilities techs, one electrician, and, because he'd confessed to popping a tile, Owen O'Shea. Owen had blinked, held up his hands, and said, "Do you want me to wash them first or after?" Keen had smiled for the first time in an hour and said, "After." The comparison ran in the lab's little machine while the room listened to its own hum. The tech spun in his stool a fraction, then back. "We've got a partial," he said. "Left middle. 7 points. Not enough to swear on in court. Enough to get a lawyer to raise an eyebrow." He tapped the overlay where the lifted ridge flow kissed a digital template. "O'Shea, Owen." Ruiz's jaw set. "He said he went up after the last fall." "Not this one." Keen called Owen to the hub. He came with his hands already open the way people do when they've done something wrong they can defend. She showed him the lifted smudge without showing him the overlay. "That could be mine," he said before she asked the question. "I went up. Tonight. After. I shouldn't have, but facilities was at the other end helping a flood, and I couldn't stand not knowing if the tiles were going to dump on us." He looked at the strap as if it might accuse him of something less forgivable. "I slipped," he added. He showed the scuffed knuckle again. "Caught a strap. I didn't go far." "You went far enough," Keen said. "Not unkind. Why not call Ruiz?" "I did," he said. She said, "Wait." "I lasted a minute. I had a mask. I hated up there. I won't again." "Did you see a rig?" Keen asked. "Wheels, monofilament, anything that would let someone skate the grid." He shook his head. "I saw dust and duct and the kind of hot that tastes like bad metal. And that hatch with the gouged letters." He swallowed. "I came down. Anyone else go up?" Keen asked. "Facilities after," he said. "You got their names already." After he left, Ruiz leaned in the doorway the way June had. Tired, angry at gravity. "He's not our Spider-Man," she said. "He doesn't have the knees." "He's our transfer," Keen said. "His print on the strap will be the story someone tells to make the rest not need telling. We'll keep the rest." She spread the pharmacy audit pages again, making a little paper city. Names rose: Juniper Hall, Felix Moretti, other night nurses who orbited the same hours. The times lined up with vendor IT's handshakes and the BMS bumps. You could walk the hall reading only the timestamps and feel the floor shift. "Pattern," Ruiz said softly. "And story," Keen said. "Administration wants ghosts because ghosts don't sue. But waste culture and shared root carry invoices." She tapped the audit with a nail. "We don't have motive yet. We have method. Sedate. Nudge the environment, jolt, stage the fall, clean the record until it reads like policy." "Who does the jolting?" Ruiz asked. "Someone who can stand close enough to press a device and not be seen by a camera that thinks dust has elbows," Keen said. "Someone who knows when IR is going to flare and where a handrail isn't." She gathered the pages, slid them into a folder that would become a chapter later, and looked down the connector where night bent light into angles and nobody had to admit it. "What was here?" she asked Ruiz. "Before the cardiac wing?" Ruiz didn't look up when she answered. H ward, she said. Psych. Closed after the fire. Not just psych, Keen said. What psych? Ruiz met her eyes. The one with the mirrors, she said. And H19 pulled a draft along the ceiling tiles like something above them had just taken a breath. Keen wants H19's history. What was here before the cardiac wing? Part 9, the ward that wasn't. The hospital archive lived 2 levels below billing, in a room that hummed like a dehumidifier's dream. A single desk lamp cut a cone over a blotter stained by decades of coffee rings and the ink of people who still believed paper had a pulse. A placard on the counter said record services in a font that had given up complaining. Looking for ghosts or permits? The clerk asked. Her badge read Margot Lavoie Archives. Her sweater read cat hair. Both, Keen said. H ward. Psych. Closed after the 83 fire. Anything that draws a line to the H19 connector. Margot didn't blink at the specificity. Night people never do. She wheeled out a gray cart with banker's boxes and a tube long enough to be a blueprint or a flute for a giant. Start with closure files, then building plans. We had a researcher here last year looking for mirror therapy. He left disappointed and a little scared. Keen started with the official story. Fire incident report, Ward H, Psych. Carbon copies of a report that smelled like old litigation. The summary was frank in the way only a document sure of its own age can be. Origin, interstitial space above Ward H therapy suites. Cause, undocumented maintenance. Fatalities, 13, staff 5, patients 8. A marginal note in pencil, someone's later hand, added, temp wiring, no permit. The death list read like a roster of people who had stayed late and those who had no option. At the bottom, survivor, Abel Crane, orderly, 19, evacuated via ceiling structure. The phrase ceiling structure wore its quotation marks like a shrug. The plans took longer. Architectural drawings from 1979 in cobalt lines. The hospital's bones arranged in rectangles and abbreviations. Ward H. Therapy suite looked ordinary until it didn't. Over the main room, an annotation, observation catwalk, service access, ran in a thin line above the ceiling. A dotted oval circled the center with an engineer's neat pride. Mirror array, polish plate, safety backed. Another note, variable light grid, stroboscopic study. A third, in handwriting, not print, Kessler inversion. Someone had scratched a question mark and then crossed out the mark rather than the word. Inversion. Margot leaned over, pleased to have a line with a tune in it. Had a professor once who came for those. Said some shrink wanted to cure depersonalization by making patients see themselves, above and below, until the brain surrendered and put the floor back where it belonged. And the catwalk? Keen asked. Officially for maintenance, Margot said. Unofficially for observation and manipulated cues. She air-quoted without apology. They never published. Fire took the paper, or council did. She tipped her chin toward a locked cabinet whose key hung on a hook no one reached for. Different kind of fire. Keen traced the little triangles that marked rail brackets along the catwalk. Their spacing 45 inches on center. Scratched a memory into focus. The sequence of divots and silvered rubs she'd seen along H19's plenum where something had dragged and caught. She set the plan beside her notes and measured with the edge of a file folder. The math matched without caring about her relief. The microfilm reader made yesterday sound like rain. Margot threaded a reel from the Metro section, late 1983. The headline punched without taste. Hospital fire claims 13. Orderly walked the beams to survive. The grainy photos showed firefighters leaning in on a night sky. One inset, blown from a smaller print, showed a rectangle of ceiling torn open. Above it, a dark space and cutting across what looked like rails, 2 shallow channels with uneven shine, running the room's width. The caption used the word catwalk where catastrophe would have sufficed. The article's copy had the rough poetry of urgent reporting. Abel Crane, 19, had found his way to the service space and felt for the beams with his hands. I could feel the room under me, he was quoted. And I could hear people where the smoke was. He had made it to a clean air pocket near a return fan and beat on sheet metal until someone tore a duct. The story made him man of the week, the way stories do when they need a survivor more than they need a system. One follow-up 2 weeks later mentioned a research suite with mirrors intended for experimental therapy, and then never used the phrase again. A clipped memo in the closure file, stamped confidential, privileged, bled through a photocopy. Tussaud Caro acting. H. Ward materials. The recommendation: consolidate experimental apparatus and remove from site prior to rebuild. Retire program. Avoid language that suggests clinical trial. The author's name had been redacted with a marker that had grown tired and left the ghost of letters. **Lee. *** something. Keene felt her mouth make a new line that her face rarely wore. She asked Margot for contractor logs around the rebuild. Margot found a ledger with neat fountain pen strokes that had outlived everyone who taught cursive. Klein didn't appear. Klein Contracting hadn't been in the hospital yet, but Klein did. A different spelling and a different trade. A glass outfit that had installed mirror array, phase 2, **canceled star. In the margin, vendor canceled post-fire, council hold. A simple phrase to bury a stack of decisions. What about the connector? Keene asked. When did H19 exist? 98, Margot said, thumbing the index. Connector project to marry the new cardiac wing to the old footprint. They called it Heritage Link in the proposal and wrote healing through continuity. Name didn't stick. The H did. She laid another plan down. H19 showed in dashed outline between the new and the gone. The ceiling note read, suspended grid match existing. At the seam, a rectangle no larger than a legal envelope. Hatch, access, OBS/serve. A pencil had later scratched a field note right where reality now hid. Seal, with a line drawn through it so hard the paper had scarred. Keene ran a finger over that scar. Who decided to keep the hatch? She asked. Facilities chief in 98, Margot said. Retired. Last I heard he was fishing through winters and telling his wife he was cleaning the garage. She tugged open a drawer with the crisp authority of someone who knows where old men's numbers live. You want his home line? Later, Keene said. Do we have photo documentation of the old H ward rooms before demolition? Partial, Margot said. The insurance company took some. We made duplicates because we had a clerk with a conscience. She produced a manila envelope labeled H ward, therapy in a hand that had since become obituary text. Inside, 8x10s, contrasty and careless as always. One showed a therapy room stripped to studs. A rectangle on the ceiling bore a faint adhesive ghost where mirrors had been. Along the long walls, bolts came out every 45 inches. Some had been cut. Some had been left with their heads snapped half off. At the far end, a return duct with a patch plate hung like a bandage after a fight. Keene held the print at an angle so the glossy surface could lie less. In the upper right, just inside the ceiling line, a run of scratches nested parallel to each other, shallow and fresh at the time the photo had been taken. Rubs where metal wheels had run or where a rig had caught and recaught. She didn't let herself think skate. She thought track and habit, and someone taught the building to do this once. What did they call the mirror program? She asked. Margot flipped through a brittle file of committee minutes, the kind printed on onion skin that sounds like summer storms when you turn it. Working name was Inversion Suite, she said. Principal Investigator, Dr. Gerard Kessler. IRB status, deferred until pilot feasibility, which is administrative for we're doing it and we'll ask forgiveness later. They ran a couple of therapeutic demonstrations with staff and volunteers. Margot made the quotes with a scalpel's precision. Then the fire ate the paper trail. Any mention of camera placement? Keene asked. Yes, Margot said, pleased at the hunt. Ceiling domes for observer calibration, wired to a VHS rack. She laughed once, short. The 80s were adorable. Do we have any tapes? Keene asked. Margot's face did a thing archivists only allow when the room is empty. Council pulled the rack after the fire, she said. The log says, Chain of custody transferred for risk review. I wrote in the margin, to whom? She showed Keen the question, her faded pencil stubborn in its little rebellion. The answer had never been written. Keen thumbed back to the survivor note. Abel Crane, orderly. 19. No address in the file, just a union contact number, and a note that he declined public comment after his second interview and took a maintenance job off-site. She copied the name to her pad anyway and underlined it twice. People who survive the sealing remember the sealing in their bones. They have children. They tell stories. They teach other people where to put their weight. On the way out, Margot pushed a last folder across, face down. Anonymous complaints, she said. Pre-fire. Staff said the mirror room made them sick. Headaches, humming, panic at the doorway. Facilities wrote HVAC within range and returned the slips without initials. One nurse wrote, feels like someone is above me. Margot tapped the line. Somebody always is. Keen carried the 8x10 to the hallway where a strip of light hit the image the way night remembers a camera flash. She held the photo beside her memory of H19's underside. The shiny kisses on the T-bars, the dull rubbed metal where something with wheels had run, the anchor scratches spaced like a metronome down the length of the connector. The rails in the photo on Ward H's ceiling were not ornamental. They were instruction. Ruiz called from upstairs. You find me a Y? She asked. I found us a before, Keen said. She looked at Abel Crane's name until it felt like a key. Then she looked back at the photograph of rails, and past it, to the hatch someone had thought to keep. Keen studies the photo. Those rails matched the anchor scratches she saw. Part 10, sound that bends people. The mechanical room under cardiac was the hospital's second heart. Bigger, louder, less obedient. Keen followed Ruiz past warning placards into heat and the churn of fans. A man in a high-vis vest and a beard net that looked like a joke until you remembered what fans do to hair waved them over. Tomasz Stanek, building engineer, glowed from his badge. You're the detective, he said, lifting his voice against the thrum. You asked about that corridor's hum. I asked why it feels wrong at 3 in the morning, Keen said. Stanek tapped a tablet that threw a waterfall of numbers across its screen. Fan speeds, damper positions, static pressure. He zoomed a graph until it showed what a night feels like when you draw it. 17 hertz, he said, tapping the small ridge. H19 supply fan harmonics. When the auto dampers hunt, the duct pulses. You don't hear it, not as a note. You feel it. Anxiety, nausea, visual drift. People write me emails about headaches and corners moving. Infrasound, Ruiz said, picking up the word like it had teeth. Lay term, Stanek allowed. We can tune it out. New bearings, baffle plates, better PID loops so the damper doesn't chase itself. But someone, he paged to a log, nudged the set point 3 times in the last month on overnights. See here? SP override, plus 3%. Fan rolls up, damper hunts. The corridor turns into a baritone. Who can nudge it? Keen asked. Us, Stanek said. Vendor HVAC. Or anybody clever coming in sideways, through a camera gateway, for instance, if someone chained toys together 5 years ago and then retired. He looked like a man who inherits strangers' bad decisions for sport. You also have old fluorescence with 60-cycle flicker on that run. Not as bad as ballast days, but enough. Add night mode, and the brain starts mislabeling reality. He paged again and brought up a heat map like a weather forecast. Night of your donor. 313, pressure spike, set point bump. 314, damper hunt. Then someone puts the gain up on your cameras, IR assist forced on. I can't prove intent, he added, but I can show you timing. Keen watched the ridge at 17 hertz ride the timeline like a shadow under everything else. Bodies are instruments. Some keys you can hold down without anyone noticing until they do. You ever walk H19 at 3 a.m.? She asked him. Once, he said. Felt like a test I hadn't studied for. Upstairs, Moretti had swapped his headset for bad coffee and a certain sort of eagerness. He had the look of a man who likes winning arguments he didn't start. Keen let him. You wanted the psych angle, he said, sliding over with his phone. Building engineers right. And there's more. Someone on our research Slack last month posted an idea. Suggestibility corridor. Long story short, if a space is tuned to discomfort, low-frequency vibration, low lux, long hallway, people become more suggestible. Then if you add patterned light changes, nothing you consciously register, your midbrain gets busy. Patterned, Keen said. Strobing, Moretti said, not ashamed of the word. Not disco. Camera IR arrays pulse to save power and to avoid blooming. They're working in 850 or 940 nanometers out of human vision, but that doesn't matter to the camera. It matters to the video. Your domes throw an IR pulse, the sensor raises gain, the codec freaks out and denoise by smearing edges. Temporal aliasing makes motion look like jump cuts. If you're already nauseated from infrasound and sleep debt, your brain tries to interpret the smear as a thing. Knees, elbows, a crawl that isn't a crawl. Ruiz folded her arms, unimpressed by vocabulary. We saw the timestamp hiccup, she said. 11 frames where there should be 10. Overlay stutter, Moretti said. But even if the overlay were perfect, the rest is enough. The eye says shadow. The amygdala writes threat. Now add chemistry. Keen watched him choose his next word the way you watch a surgeon choose an instrument. Midazolam, he said. Not a lot. Enough to soften the front desk in your head that asks questions. You've seen patients on it, they'll let you push a scope down their throat and apologize for burping. Memory blurs. Command compliance increases. If someone whispers, stop, they stop. If someone whispers, turn, they turn. She thought of June's careful voice. Don't make me. She thought of the donor's small, expensive head raising toward the ceiling like a plant toward poor light. So, Moretti went on, warming to the model the way academics do when wheels click. You walk a person already primed, sleep debt, fear, some benzo aboard, into a corridor with a hum you can't hear and a light your camera does but your eyes don't. You give them a suggestion. Their body complies. You step close, deliver a contact stun through cloth, not darts, no pretty barbs to leave in the scene. They're unhappy. Post-op heart sees a hammer. Asystole plays shy. The monitor screams. The camera blur makes the physics negotiable. The paperwork says mechanical fall, because bodies on tile are consistent with bodies on tile. Ethics lecture later, Ruiz muttered. Call it a lever, Moretti said, unoffended. It's not mind control. It's making it easier for a body to lose an argument with gravity. Keen let him hear himself. She'd learned that people talk longer when they feel like they've built a bridge you might cross. The thing about levers, she said, is somebody has to put their hand on them. She nodded toward the ceiling as if it could blush. We have a human. The video's not all artifact. There's transfer. Chalk, rosin, fiberglass, a rig scrape. Someone rehearsed. Someone enjoyed building an apparatus that turned an old story, your inversion suite, into a tool. Moretti's mouth did the thing it did when he wanted to be the reasonable one. Then you have 2 tracks, he said. Institutional comfort with a rumor. We'll call it haunted and let PR put a ribbon on it. And an opportunist who uses that cover to do harm. We're there, Keen said. Back in security. Stanek joined them with a clamp meter still hanging from his belt, like he was tethered to the building. He pulled the H19 feeds up and showed a frame Keen had already memorized. Watch how your dome blooms here when IR kicks, he said, walking the timeline. In the corner of the ceiling, the stipple flared white. Tiny crystals loving the invisible light, and then the codec sanded edges until the world looked like a graphite sketch by an impatient hand. If someone knew when we're forcing IR, he said, they could time their dance above the grid to look like whatever they wanted to your recorder. We have logs, Ruiz said. We know exactly when your system dances. We also have a vendor who likes the word sanitize, Keen said. They want the ghost to take the stand. The ghost won't sue. She paged to the BMS graph and tapped the 17 Hz ridge. This is a dial you can twist from a chair. You don't need a rig for it. You need a login and an excuse. She paged to the Pixis sheet. This is a drawer you can open with a badge and a conscience that likes paperwork. She tapped the ME's prelim on her phone. And this is a device you can put in a lab coat pocket and call security when you're done. Ruiz said nothing. The quiet made consent. Okay, Keen said finally. We stop guessing. We give whoever is using our corridor a chance to prove they're listening. We control what we can and watch what we can't. Stanek cocked his head. Meaning? A decoy crossing, Keen said. Plainclothes in a chair with a telemetry sticker that lies. Routed over H19 because an elevator is down. Cameras mirrored to a recorder not on the hospital core. Vendor VPNs fenced out with a hard block. BMS set points frozen. IR assist locked to a mode we pick. Every hatch on the plenum sealed and tagged so we'll know if a finger touches one. Ruiz's mouth made a line that meant she was already writing the policy exceptions in her head. We'll need a fire watch posted and council to sign the words controlled test without fainting. Council can name it what they like, Keen said. We'll call it what it is. Bait. And if the silhouette still crawls when we air-gap the cameras? Moretti asked, half curious, half trying to sound like he hoped that wasn't the answer his world would give. Then we add a second line to my board, Keen said. Unexplained phenomenon. And we keep hunting the human anyway. Stanek smiled like a mechanic who likes a straight job. I can lock your set points, he said. And I'll sleep next to the fan if you want me to hear it pitch up. Good, Keen said. And Ruiz, get me your commist officer for the chair. Someone who can keep a face when a hallway wants to rearrange it. Patch the feeds to a recorder in your hub that the vendor doesn't even know exists. If they try to sanitize, I want their request to bounce off a wall that doesn't have our name on it. Ruiz nodded. We'll also put a pair above the grid before we seal it. Quiet, dark. No moving unless someone else moves. We don't chase shadows, Keen said. We give them a mirror and see who looks back. She stood in the mouth of H19 one more time and listened. The hum was there even when the graph wasn't. Hospitals dim. They lower their voices. They keep breathing. Some sounds teach you to turn your head. Some sounds teach you to hold it still. She proposes a decoy walk across H19. Feeds mirrored off network. Vendor access locked. Set points frozen to see who bites. Part 11, the decoy. They built the test like a sterile procedure, checklist, countersign, witness. Ruiz drafted the op order in language council could live with, controlled corridor validation, and read it out at midnight to a room of people who knew what they were really saying. Sets, Ruiz said. BMS set points frozen by engineering. IR assist locked to auto. No vendor overrides. Camera feeds mirrored to security's cold recorder. Air-gapped. No hospital core. Vendor VPNs hard-blocked at the firewall. Badge endpoints on H19 audited and watched. Fire watch posted both ends. Above ceiling observers in Tyvek. No movement unless something else moves. If I say abort, we abort. Stanek, the engineer, held up his tablet like a talisman. 17 Hertz ridge is flat. If it spikes, it's not me. A plainclothes officer rolled his shoulders inside a hospital gown. Officer Dana Cho looked like a patient at first glance. Telemetry stickers freckled her collarbone, and forelock blinked a red cap at her wrist. Hospital socks gripped her feet. The telemetry box on her chest was a liar. Stanek had taped in a loop that would show a pleasant sinus rhythm to anyone peeking at a monitor. Cho's radio, on bone conduction under her earmuff, hummed with Ruiz's voice at quarter volume. You'll go when I say go. Keep your eyes forward. If you hear anything that isn't me, you say it out loud. Keen checked seals along the ceiling grid. Tamper tags like red paper tongues hung from every hatch. In 2 places, she'd hung small mirrors on rods up through lifted tiles, tilted just so. If anything above moved, the mirror would nod. The 2 above-ceiling observers, facilities tech Lyons and security officer Mendez, crouched in the heat, headlamps off, each with a camera and an evidence envelope clipped to their vests. Copy above? Lyons whispered into his throat mic. Tyvek on, hands off, eyes open. Keen stepped to the wide-angle monitor in the hub. Security's cold recorder showed 3 windows, H19 wide, dome ceiling, door zoom, with a timestamp burned in from a monotonic clock she'd borrowed from a patrol unit precisely so a software overlay couldn't stutter. The numbers ticked forward, steady as a metronome. Ruiz's finger hovered over a soft key labeled lock vendor. The firewall already owed her a favor. "Ready," Ruiz said. She looked at Keen, and they shared that short nod that passes for prayer in places that can't admit prayer. "Crossing now," Keen said into the radio, soft. It wasn't ceremony. It was a stone dropped in a pond. Cho stepped into H-19 at 2:31. The corridor's hum sat lower than a throat. The fluorescents bore their night pallor. The floor shined like a cheap mirror. Cho kept to the centerline Keen had taped with surgical marker. Her breathing came in steady threes in Keen's ear, training beating superstition by a nose. The ceiling dome feed looked like obedience. Tiles, T-bars, nothing that a building wouldn't admit to on paper. Keen watched the metadata numbers scroll, clean of hiccup. No vendor VPN logins. No IR assist mode jumps. Stanek murmured, "Gain stable." Above the grid, Lyons whispered, "No flex." And Mendez added, "No heat plume. No movement." 10 steps in, Cho's head did a thing no training tells it to. The smallest tilt, like a dog catching a whistle you can't hear. "Eyes forward," Ruiz said, velvety. "Walk your line." Cho walked. On the ceiling feed, the pixels at the top margin learned how to be wrong. Not a fog, not a bloom. An articulation assembling itself, elbows resolving lightly, knees turning into shapes the camera should not know. It slid backward across the grid, paced to Cho's forward steps but inverse, a mirror moving with malice. Mendez, above, said louder, "No movement here." Repeat, "No movement." "Stanek," Keen said. "All locked. Nothing's pushing." "No IR jump?" he rattled, suddenly angry at the numbers for not being scared. Ruiz put the ceiling feed full. The silhouette's palms flattened tile by tile, leaving the faint halos Keen had learned to trust more than men who write press releases. She could see them even in the locked game. The camera's attempt to be honest still flinched when something pressed. The shape reached the seam where the connector met the sealed H-ward wall and flowed along it as if there were rails above, ghost memory turning into choreography. "Audio?" Keen asked. "Badge endpoints live," Ruiz said. She threw up the sound from the mic near the mid-connector. There was only the throat of air and the soft talk of electronics dying into their own sleep. Cho's next footfall didn't land. She stopped in a freeze that began as obedience and became fear. Her radio caught a word that wasn't Ruiz. It arrived behind the ear the way a mother's instruction does, unarguable, and slid along the bones into the mouth. "Stop," the voice said, a man's not-quite voice. The sibilant sat like a weight. "Say it," Ruiz said calmly. "Say what you heard." "Stop," Cho said, and the tremor on the P hooked the room behind the hub door, where 3 other officers lifted their heads without meaning to. "Visual?" Keen asked. "Ceiling silhouette is opposite her," Ruiz said, voice lower. "It's looking down." It was nonsense, but the scene made the verb workable. Above, Lion said, "Urgent now." Mirror nod, left rod. No flex, but the mirror dipped. "I did not move." "Keep your hands dead," Keen hissed. Cho swallowed over the radio. "You can hear when a throat has chalk in it." "I feel pressure," she said, "like someone's standing close." "Nobody's within 10 feet, Ruiz said. It was true, and it didn't help. On the monotone clock, 2 hours 32 minutes and 11 seconds became 12, 13, regular as nothing haunted. The silhouette crawled backward, smooth as a pulled knot. It reached the dome's edge and slipped out of frame like a thought being disciplined. "Vendor still blocked," Stanek said through his teeth. "If this is a feed trick, it's in our recorder or the dome's head. And my recorder is a tin can with a string." "Above," Keen said. "Dead calm," Mendez said. "I can hear her breath through the tile, but nothing else." "Officer Cho," Keen said into the mic, keeping her voice wide. "You're doing fine." Eyes forward. 2 steps. "Now." She watched the small, professional courage arrive in Cho's shoulders. 1 step, 2. The silhouette came back into frame opposite like they were playing old ballroom rules. It moved to the sealed H-ward door and held there, palms attention perfect. The maglock status on the Zoom read healthy in a green that meant as little here as it does on a phone. The silhouette's head tipped backward. Keen felt her own neck want to answer and kept it leashed. "Stop there," Keen told Cho gentler. "Tell me if you hear anything else." Cho's lips parted, and a small line of white fog came out that shouldn't have. The corridor wasn't cold. "It's behind me," she said. Like someone's chin on my shoulder." She laughed once, a single bright crack that didn't belong to her. "I know that isn't real." "It isn't real," Moretti said from the back of the hub, where he'd slipped in and held himself very still, as if quiet could pay his rent. "But her body doesn't care what we call it." "Enough," Keen said. "Bring her across." "Copy," Ruiz said. "Cho on me. 3, 2, move." Cho moved. The ceiling shape moved the other way until it wasn't moving, until it was still pressed to the seam of a door that never opened. The monotonic clock made its neat marching numbers as if offended by theater. The audio was only air until it wasn't. "Don't," the voice breathed. "Not Ruiz. Not anyone on their radios. Don't look up." Cho flinched. You could see the tendons swell under her jaw. She didn't look up. Keen did. Nothing. Tiles. Stipple. A patient list taped to a wall 10 meters away asking for signatures like taxpayers ask for mercy. The bland tyranny of architecture. She taught her body not to flinch in rooms like this. The lesson sweated out of her skin anyway. "Cross complete," Ruiz said. "Officer safe." She didn't say for now because saying it makes it breeding. Keen didn't wait to celebrate nothing. She was already at the door, badge flipping out of reflex before she remembered the lock meant less here than language. She slammed the crash bar on the far end to keep the corridor boxed, then ran into H19, her shoes honest on the tile. The ceiling silhouette on Ruiz's monitor kept crawling in its wrong direction, smooth and unhurried, as if her presence were a rumor it had outlived. Keen bolts into the connector. The silhouette keeps crawling. Part 12, above and below. H19 still held the last of Officer Cho's breath like a secret when Keen snapped the latch on a maintenance panel at midspan. "Above team, hold," Ruiz said into the radio. "We're coming up. No movement unless detective calls it." Keen pulled Tyvek over her blazer like a conscience and climbed. Heat met her at the grid, a dry animal's exhale. She lifted a tile, eased a shoulder through, and let the plenum take her shape. The air tasted of dust and old glue. Her headlamp cut a narrow river through conduit and cable tray. Behind, Ruiz followed, boots careful on the T-bars, whispering flex, whenever metal sighed so the ceiling wouldn't be the only thing that acknowledged it. The crawl track they'd mapped earlier was waiting, knee prints, chalk kisses, the low trench of insulation ground down to a satin nap. Keen kept her forearms on the joists, weight spread, moving with the patience you borrow from buildings. The ceiling below gave them only the faint tick of fixtures cooling in place. "2 bodies up," Lyons said from the far end, voice close and intimate through her earpiece. "No changes. Mirrors steady." Mendez breathed into his mic once, measuring his own fear against a clock. Keen's headlamp caught it at the bend where H19's plenum met older bones. A low-slung piece of blackened rig like an animal at rest. She'd expected a board, some duct-taped in. This was better and worse. Padded chest cradle with stitched webbing. 2 compact trucks, inline skate wheels ground flat at one edge, were fastened to crossbars, axles shaved to fit between the T-bars. A pair of small urethane bogies rode the lip of a conduit strap like a rail. Another strap with Velcro ran forward from the cradle. A thigh or waist tie for a body that wanted to stay attached while gravity was being argued with. The front of the rig wore a grill of scuffs where someone had braked it with the love of a person who enjoys control. Soot had smudged the webbing. Rosin had stippled it with pale fingerprints. A spool sat bolted under the nose, a narrow drum with a filament wrapped in winterfine coils. Keen leaned in. The filament wasn't wire. It was monofilament, clear and vicious, the kind of line that cuts a glove without admitting it. The stray tail ran like a hair across the insulation and disappeared into the seam at the old H-ward wall. She touched the rig with 2 fingers. It moved, not a shift from her nudge, a slide forward of its own, 6 inches of compliance like a dog answering a quiet name. Keen's hand came off reflexively. The filmy line drew taut, tremored once, then relaxed, as if the person holding the other end had realized they'd pulled too soon. "Detective," Ruiz breathed. Keen brought a gloved finger to her lips that Ruiz couldn't see and said, "Hold, anyway." She set the beam along the monofilament. It vanished into a hairline crack between gypsum and a sheet metal patch that had been riveted over an old return. The patch's rivets had the history she'd clocked before. Scabbed, drilled, reset. The seam was fine as a borrowed lie. The line slid through patiently. She reached for the spool, felt for a break. There was a printed arrow on the hub pull, done by a label maker and a person who believed in clarity. She thumbed the brake lever down. The rig lifted its nose a fraction as if insulted, then settled. The line twitched harder. Keen felt it through the rig like a heartbeat, fast and irregular. Whoever held the other end had realized the prey had found the trap and was jiggling to see if the trap still deserved that name. "Above team," Keen whispered, keeping her breath tiny so the dust wouldn't grate her throat. "I have a rig, harness, rollers, and a line to the H-wall. Copy that." "Copy," Lion said, pitched lower, as if quiet could keep physics polite. "Line is monofilament," Keen added. "Clear. If it moves, call it." As if on cue, the filament sang a piano wire note and the rig jolted, brake squealing. Keen's palm flattened. She felt the wheels try to skate under her hand. Hungry. The brake did its small job. The rig moved a foot and stopped, angle wrong like a dog paused mid-slink. The line held straight as a thought and then went slack again, with the tiny recoil of someone losing their balance on the far side. Keen glanced at the inspection mirror she'd insisted on. It was telescoping and ugly, a long chrome wand with a rectangle of glass at the end. She snapped it long and slid it toward the seam, trying angles until the mirror could slip into the hairline. The reflected world was a slice. A dark cavity beyond the old return, gypsum edges ragged from someone's impatient hand. Somewhere in there, a movement soft, not a creature, just the trick of line vibrating. Keen wanted to see more. The opening wanted her not to. "Ruiz," she said, voice level. "Hold the rig. If whoever's on the other end tugs, give it nothing." "Copy," Ruiz said, and her gloved hand found the cradle with a grip that knew how to spot weight on a ladder. "Brace." The line twanged again, meaner. Something on the other side tested their brake with a jerk that told Keen they were close, listening, maybe watching through a pinhole cut in a tile someplace. She thought of the dome camera's smooth, wrong crawl, of a body above the grid skating backward along the spine of a corridor while a nurse below counted steps she didn't want to count. Enough. Keen slid sideways along a joist until her shoulder found the cool of the old return patch. She set 2 fingers to the metal. It was cold, heat traded for the draft of a cavity. She put her ear to it. Sound came back as a pocket, air moving where no vent should be, the flit of line on sheet metal, a small scraping like a screw head being picked with a fingernail. She looked over her shoulder. "Bolt cutters," she murmured. Ruiz unhooked a small pair from the tool pouch that had made security men call her a prepper. Keen took them, lifted the mirror away, and set the cutter's mouth to the line. The fiber bit with the indifferent cruelty monofilament always wears. It didn't snap like wire. It popped with a sting and became 2 stupid threads, each still trying to be the whole. The rig sighed backward a hair as tension left it. On the other side of the seam, something fell against sheet metal with a sound like a guilty shoulder. Then silence and the kind of hot that starts to feel like you earned it. "Line cut," Keen said. "Bag both ends." Ruiz held an envelope while Keen slid the clean tail and the brake tail into it. Evidence always looks more innocent after you tucks it in. "The seam," Keen said. "It's not just a return. There's air." "That wall's supposed to be solid," Ruiz said, offended on behalf of the blueprint. "It's a CMU back. Gypsum is the polite face." Keen ran the mirror again. In the sliver of view, The gypsum on the other side didn't look like the back of a wall. It looked like the side of a room, the surface scuffed, a hand-letter scrawl half-seen backward like something written for people looking the wrong way. She angled, found an edge where the patch didn't kiss the wall, and felt that small thrill you get when a system makes a mistake. "Pry bar," she said. "Detective," Ruiz warned. "Fire code, dust, collapse, all the words that make reports write themselves." "Exigent inspection," Keen said softly, and levered the bar under the lip of the patch. The first pop was the music of old pop rivets surrendering. Then another, and the patch bent up like a tin eyelid. Cool air slid across their wrists as if the hospital were exhaling from a secret lung. The smell wasn't fresh. It was stale and human and wrong, like paper left in a damp attic with someone's breath trapped between the pages. Lyons's whisper sharpened. "Flex at my two." Mirrors just dipped. "Hold," Keen said. "Do not follow the shadow. We're too close to making it real." She shouldered the bar again. The gypsum behind the patch was cracked in a hairline halo where someone had worried it from the other side, working the seam with a tool until it pretended to be a door. Keen shoved the inspection mirror through the gap. The little rectangle returned an angle, a room's edge a foot beyond, fractured shiny flecks on walls that hadn't learned how to stop reflecting. Mirrors, old, cracked, backed with the silver that makes night worse. She took a breath. It scraped her lungs on the way in. "Ruiz," she said. "On me." They set the bar together at the fissure. Keen counted down with her fingers because counting is what you do when the other choice is thinking about what you're doing. 3, 2, 1. They drove the bar home. Gypsum isn't brave. It broke in a rush like a sigh turning into a cough. The seam flaked down, and a triangle the size of a man's forearm fell away into darkness. Dust burst up into their masks. Fiberglass bit their forearms. Keen shoved her shoulder to widen the wound. Somewhere very close, something scuttled. A foot, a box, a body repositioning to keep a secret. She couldn't tell which. "Above team," Ruiz choked. "Mirror steady," Lyons said. "Nothing moving. But I feel—" He stopped himself, swallowed superstition like a pill. Keen slipped the head and one arm through, then the other, committing the way you have to when hesitation makes holes smaller. The cavity took her, the world contracting to her headlamp's cone. The beam found it immediately. The other world of H-19, the one the hospital had walled off and then left like a jar with something alive in it. An unlit chamber the size of a utility closet sprawled along the seam, drywalled badly decades ago and then forgotten enough to grow strange. The walls were patched with mirror shards tacked onto gypsum. Cracked, tilting, crazed with backing decay so that every reflection looked like it was already a ghost of itself. On the floor, footprints had drawn themselves in chalk dust. Half-moons where knees had landed, palm fans, the long smears of thighs moving the wrong way. Against one wall, a folding stool with its vinyl seat split, a taser cartridge case with the spent stamp still visible, 3 empty midazolam vials in a neat line like a perverse altar. On the opposite side, a stick with a hook and a set of wheels on a busted-off curtain rod. Makeshift reacher, parts pilfered from 4 departments that don't like each other. A length of monofilament ran into the gloom and across the ceiling toward another hairline fracture at shoulder height. Escape route or second stage. On the nearest mirror, someone had written "Don't look up backward," lipstick or grease pencil, letters fat and casual. From this side, they read forward. Keen's light touched the floor in front of her and put a glossy wink on a scrap of webbing near the opening. Velcro, torn. The mate to the one she'd already bagged. She reached. Something jerked the monofilament. Not the cut tail, another line, fresh, hidden higher. The small trolley rig by the patch skittered an inch on the conduit strap like a mouse remembering it could fly. In the mirror opposite, her headlamp caught the briefest stutter. Not her, not Ruiz. Something pulling back from light, a hand or the memory of a hand laced with chalk, ghosting across glass and gone. Movement! Mendez's voice cracked over the radio. Left of your position. I didn't move. Keen shoved the bar deeper, widened the breach, and slid through, the way a diver commits when the water is colder than the decision. The gypsum edge scraped her Tyvek. She felt the cavity decide to accept her. She also felt the part of her body that knew better tug toward the ladder behind her. "Detective," Ruiz began. Keen didn't answer. "Some doors you go through by not narrating them." She planted a palm, swung her legs, and dropped her weight through the opening. Keen slams through the gypsum into an unlit cavity. Part 13, the inverted room. The cavity took her like a second throat in the building, cool, stale, sized for secrets. Keen's headlamp tipped a thin river across walls patched in broken mirrors, edges taped to drywall with yellowed cloth and the stubbornness of old glue. Every plane returned a version of her that was already a rumor. Split, elongated, inverted, multiplied until the room seemed full when it was only one person and the breath she brought in. "Visual," Ruiz whispered from the plenum seam. "Old mirrors," Keen said. "Lots of them. Hold." She let the beam creep, mapping the geometry. A row of shards near the ceiling had been set at a shallow tilt, bevels aimed toward the grid above H19. Beneath them, a second row angled opposite, like a poor man's periscope. The intent was crude and brilliant at once. Anything that moved in the plenum would bounce down these planes and print itself on the underside of the tiles as a ghost. Knees where elbows should be, hands flattening places no hand could touch from the floor. Add IR spill seeping through seams and a camera that loved to smear motion. And the ceiling crawl wrote itself. "Above team," Keen said softly, eyes on the angles. "On my count, give me a one-finger slide along a T-bar over midspan. Half an inch. No more. Ready, 3, 2, now." A bare, cautious scrape answered from the darkness over the grid. In the mirror row, the smallest movement became a hinge. In the next row down, it inverted. On the ceiling tile under her, the lamplight picked a brief, skittering shadow that read like a palm. In the hub, Ruiz breathed into the mic. "Ceiling dome shows. There it is." Her voice had lost its argument with wonder without conceding anything else. "A crawl, with everything locked." "It's a theater," Keen said, "built to sell a lie the camera already wants to buy." She crouched. Chalk made its own weather here. Palm fans bloomed on glass and wall. White halos where hands had landed, fingers splayed, then pushed. Kneeling arcs powdered the floor. Resin had traced circles near the baseboard, gritty half-moons marking where a harness body had practiced pivot and break. On one mirror, a dragged hand had left a diagonal streak, as if the person behind it had wiped sweat and powder together and called it rehearsal. Evidence wanted to leap into bags. She made it wait its turn. First the rig's cut line tails, bagged and initialed. Then the scrap of webbing gleaming by the breech. Velcro mate to the strap already in her pocket. She slid it into an envelope, the rosin flecking the paper like snow. Near the folding stool, a spent taser cartridge face down, 2 punctures like the small, neat holes trouble prefers. She photographed it in place, ruler in frame, then lifted it with tweezers into a hard case. Lot number, legible. On the floor by the stool, 3 glass ampoules lay in a straight line, their vacuum smooch broken, midazolam labels wrinkled where gloves had squeezed too hard. She shot the lot numbers, capped them, and bagged them as if they were shy animals. "Detective," Ruiz lower now. "Vials and a cartridge," Keen said. "Stage props and a plot." She stood and let the lamp sweep across the largest shard at eye height. Someone had written "Don't look up" in thick, greasy letters, the room's only tidy sentence. From this side it read clean. From the corridor it would have read backward, a dare to anyone who could decode it. A note for the actor, not the audience. Her beam found the curtain rod she'd glimpsed. A length with wheels salvaged from a broken track. A hook taped at one end to nudge tiles without fingers. Scuffs striped the rod where it had met metal. On the drywall by the narrow seam opposite her breech, the gypsum wore thumbnail gouges and pocket-knife kisses. The patient erosion of someone turning a wall into a door. "Audio?" she asked, reflexively. "Air and your heartbeat," Ruiz said. Vendor still locked. Set points flat. Keen stepped under the tilted mirror row and raised a hand to shoulder height. In the glass above, 3 hands raised, hers reversed, a thinner one ghosted from another angle, and a black absence where one should have been, a hole in the reflection that wasn't a hole in the world. She angled the lamp. The absence resolved into a cutout behind a shard pin-sized, sharp peephole. Somebody had watched their theater while the camera filmed it, tuning the illusion in real time. She eased the shard with a gloved thumb. It chattered against tape and held. "Enough. Lions," she said. "Check your mirror rod." "Still," he said. "If it dipped." I blinked. "Copy." She moved with the room now, reading its tells. At the base of one wall, resin pooled where a chalked hand had braced to pull a line. Monofilament again. A fresh run disappearing into a hairline seam up and left, twin to the one she'd cut. She traced this one with her lamp, past a scuff where a wheel had hopped a conduit strap, up to a ceiling seam patched in paint that didn't match. She worked the inspection mirror into that seam too. The return angle gave her a second cavity on the far side, narrower, darker, the suggestion of another exit path. This wasn't a single box. It was a throat with branches. "Detective," Ruiz warned. "She didn't say we're getting greedy. She didn't have to." "I know," Keen said. She came back to the stool and the cartridge case and shot a set of raking light frames for texture. The chalk on the stool's edge held a partial palm with a habit she recognized now. A pad scar at the base of the thumb, a callous ring that musicians and climbers share. The taser cartridge's face had a nick across one electrode well. Someone had pried it free fast enough to be messy. Her radio keyed with a tiny click. One she didn't make. She stilled. Then another click nearer. Not the hub. Behind her. A shoe. Somewhere deeper in the seam. Scuffed plaster with the buffered apology of a person trying not to be a person. Keen half-turned. The bar in her hand too heavy to be a weapon and too light to be a shield. Her headlamp threw her shadow up all around her and made 3 copies flinch. "Above team," she whispered. "Mirror steady," Lion said. "No plenum movement. I swear it." Keen's free hand slid toward her belt, not for a gun. The angle was wrong for clean draws, but for the little light she could flick and throw if she had to blind a rat. The shoe scuffed again. The cavity's air shifted the way air shifts when a chest that isn't yours decides whether to keep breathing. She listened hard and heard what had been under everything here since she arrived. A human pace under a building's hum. "Come out slow," Keen said to the darkness. She kept her voice level and unfriendly. "Hands where I can see them." The cavity answered with a sound brighter than any voice, a flashlight crackling to life inches behind her head. The beam hit the back of her skull and shattered through the mirror field into a dozen white knives. She flinched and saw only versions of herself reeling. A shape filled the breach she'd made, and the light drove her eyes closed on reflex. A footstep behind. A flashlight beam blinds her. Part 14, Moretti's story. The light hit the back of Keen's skull and shattered into knives in the mirrors. She turned her face, squinting into a geometry of her own glare, and spoke to her reflection so the owner of the beam had to listen to his echo. "Police," she said, level. "Kill the light or I'll kill your balance." The beam dipped, not off down to shin height, where it turned the chalked floor into a salt flat. The silhouette in the breach resolved into scrubs. A white coat shrugged on badly. Headset cord looped at the collar like a forgotten necklace. Dr. Felix Moretti filled the seam with the careful posture of someone who wanted to look like he belonged even in places that didn't. "You shouldn't be here alone," he said, blinking past the bounce of his own light. "Jesus, detective." "Neither should you," Keen said. "Back up a hair and stop scraping the gypsum with your nice shoes." He obeyed the distance but kept himself in the opening, half in, half out, like a man claiming witness without volunteering participation. Up close, he smelled like every night shift in the world, coffee chewed to bitterness, and something resinous riding underneath, pine bright and human sticky. His cuffs were rolled to his forearms. The knit at the edge dusted a pale talc that had no business in a hospital unless someone had brought a chalk bag to work. "I heard things," he said, flicking the flashlight toward the mirror rose and then back to the floor because even he didn't want to see himself multiplied. Security chatter went surgical. "Lock vendor. Freeze set points. You sounded like you were trying to pop a lung out of the building." I followed. "You heard it from where?" Keen asked. "Telepsych room," he said, like she should have known. ED had a carryover. I'm signed in. Call logs will show I went idle at 2:29 for 5 minutes while I reset my audio. He air-quoted with the hand that wasn't shaking. I came to make sure you weren't. In the middle of a scene with nobody to say your name out loud if you stopped saying it yourself. You followed how? Keen asked. H19, he said. Like a fool. I saw your ladder. I saw dust do the glitter thing ladders do up here. I saw a hole. He angled the light at the breach like it had sprung fully formed from noble purpose. If I'd yelled, would you have waited? Not a bet you'll ever get to place, Keen said. She let her headlamp ride high so his pupils had to work. You know this room exists. He winced at the word no and reduced it for himself. From folklore, he said. The old psych staff talk about a mirror closet, like it's a rumor you tell just to keep the next rumor company. Don't shortcut H19. The ceiling listens. It's effective. Scares nurses off the connector when psych is overrun and they cut through. You want policy adhered to? Give it a monster. You help write the myth? Keen asked. I wish I had time to write anything, he said. He lifted the flashlight, careful, a doctor handling a beam like an instrument, and let it skate the angles. The light broke and returned multiplied, a chorus of thin moons. So this is it, the inversion circus. And props, Keen said. Your colleague's word would be mechanism. She gestured with her chin at the folding stool, the ampoules, the spent cartridge. Midazolam, a taser cartridge, rosin and chalk, a rig that lets a human show up on the ceiling like a rumor. She pointed to the narrow peephole cut behind a shard. A pinhole to watch your work. Moretti's face did that running some again, data, denial, performative concern. I came to protect you, he said, but there wasn't enough air under the words. He softened, offering humility as if it were sterile. You shouldn't be here alone, he repeated, and tried to make the repetition count. Who else knows this cavity is here? Keen asked. Besides the person who etched a hatch and ran monofilament through a return like a fishing line. Facilities, he said. Some of the old psych. Engineers who know too much history. I heard the story when I started. Keeps you moving. Don't look up. He tested the phrase in his mouth. It tasted too practiced. You don't need me to tell you the human brain likes patterns. If you put mirrors at an angle and throw IR at stipple, people will give you a ghost because ghosts require fewer signatures than incident reports. Keen let him lecture until he heard himself talking in circles. While he spoke, she let her gaze stay where men don't think you're looking. Cuffs, hands, shoes. The knit at the cuff's edge wore a pale film that rubbed off on a thumb, then refused to vanish when she brushed it with her glove. Rosin left a whisper of pine and heat. On his right wrist, a faint tackiness where powder meets sweat and clings. On the toe of his shoe, a dull scrape with a thin arc, like a scuff made by someone pivoting on a reflective floor until the leather learned the circle by heart. You're sweating, she said. I crawled into a wall, he said. Forgive me for perspiring. On H19 you sounded bored, she said. Here you sound like your body's catching up. Fear has latency, he said, and looked pleased at the phrase until he realized he'd said it to a cop and not a resident. Put the light on the floor, Keen said. He hesitated just long enough to be noticed, then set it on its cap so it threw a ring up his shin. She knelt, angled her headlamp, and took a photograph of the half-moon pivot chalk on his shoe where the toes had gnawed a circle. The circle matched the size of one stamped into the room's dust a foot to his left. You check my call logs, he said, hearing the picture being taken. I was on a consult when the donor fell. I can give you the chart. There's a patient screaming into a camera who would be thrilled to identify me. He'd like to testify I'm an idiot. We'll get the logs, Keen said, and the video, and the part where you mute to reset your audio right before you decide to climb into my wall. He felt the words my wall and edited a smile off his mouth. You think I climbed in to do what? He asked, letting a front do some of the labor. Whisper stop at a cop. Press a cattle prod to a philanthropist? Jesus. Stop is a small word, Keen said. It travels well on radio. It arrives in an ear and a spine. It doesn't need a theology. He stared at the mirrors instead of her. Whatever you think this is, it's two things at once, he said, as if explaining paradoxes made them polite. A machine the hospital found useful, keep staff in line, keep patients routed, and a machine someone else found usable. You've got midazolam. You've got security hardware everyone treats like hard magic, but a bored contractor can trick. And you've got a camera that wants to see patterns and a brain eager to draw lines. That's a lever. Levers get pulled, Keene said, by hands. You'll find them, he said, with the generosity of an innocent man on television. And when you do, I will testify with my best fonts. She stepped close enough to make his throat do the swallow. Hold out your hands, she said. He did, palms up. Clean enough. Faint chalk blooms nested like old prayers in the creases. She lifted one with a tape square, bagged it, marked it. She did the same for the cuff edge with a clean swab. He watched the small sacrament happen and tried to make a joke die. Failed. Climbing? She asked. Gym once a week, he said, grateful to have an alibi ready to rent. Brookline. I suck. The chalk gets into the rib knit and stays through 3 washes. If you want their owner to testify, he's named Trevor and he thinks I should switch to lead. Rosin? She asked, and let him hang himself if he wanted. Violin, he said, not missing a beat. Bad. Tuesday nights at a church basement for the sort of adults who need a thing to keep from becoming a thing. Rosin gets everywhere. My teacher says my G-string sounds like a door hinge auditioning for a horror film. He felt the sentence and winced at the genre. Your shoes? She asked, looking at the scuff again. Old, he said, and I am a pacer. When I think, I draw circles. Ask anyone who shares a floor with me. I will, Keene said. He let his eyes touch the mirror with "Don't look up again," like it might offer him absolution if he paid attention to its lettering. You really think this is murder? He asked, gentler now, almost populist. The donor, these buildings are designed to break you. The lights, the hours, the hallways built longer than they need to be. Buildings don't pull midazolam and hide their waste, Keene said. Buildings don't reset IR gain at 3 hours 13 minutes and 58 seconds. Buildings don't carry a taser cartridge out like a used napkin. You have a cartridge? He said, fooling nobody with the surprise. She let the silence be her answer. Look, he said finally, putting the palms down, plea on the air. If psych staff told ghost stories to keep nurses from shortcutting H19, then shame on us, but it kept a patient from wandering into a cardiac unit they weren't supposed to. We work with the tools we have. We do too much with not enough, and then we get blamed for the noises the building makes. Is that your statement? Keene asked. That's my apology, he said. My statement is, I was on telepsychiatry at 3:14. Check the logs. I followed you because I heard a smart person make a hole in a risk vector, and my job description is 90% witnessing people do harm to themselves. And the other 10? Keene said. Convincing them not to, he said, and for a half second his voice belonged to someone whose idea of himself had not yet fully broken. Back out, she said. Slow. He didn't like backing away from a woman in a hole. Men want to retreat while turning. He did it anyway, careful on the gypsum, palms out, performing compliance for an audience of 1 and some mirrors. When he reached the grid, he paused, turned, and crouch-walked across the T-bars with his arms out for balance like a man on kindergarten furniture. Chalk dust fell from his cuff in a brief, resigned snow. Dr. Moretti? Keene called. He looked back. A profile of concern hurriedly stapled to irritation. Yes. Who taught you the phrase suggestibility corridor? She asked. He blinked. A building engineer. Slack. We pass articles around like vitamins. The smile came back, crooked. We tell ourselves naming things helps. Sometimes it does, Keene said. Sometimes it makes them bolder. He disappeared into the plenum's dark, his flashlight a receding planet. Ruiz slid into view at the seam, eyes doing inventory. Keene, intact, objects, bagged, room, still mean. You okay? Ruiz asked. Define it, Keene said. She breathed through chalk again. and the room answered with its own small ghosts. She turned her lamp to the corner where Moretti had leaned a little too hard on the way in. A shard near the floor had cracked under his shoe with the delicate spike glass reserves for the moment after you trust it. In the silvered backing, a chevron of a tread had printed itself. A faint, diagonal lattice, the kind shoe companies pretend is unique. Keen shot at raking, then straight on, then slid a gloved hand under the shard and eased it free with the slowness you use to harvest a sleeping child's tooth from under a pillow. The cut edge sang against her glove in a pitch only nerves hear. She wrapped the shard in brown paper, then another, marked the packet with the room, the wall, the angle, the hour, and tucked it into the inner pocket where the day's small truths kept company. Velcro straps with powder, monofilament tails, ampoules with lots, a cartridge with a nick, and now a mirror's memory of a man's shoe. "Let's go," she said. They widened the breach just enough to fit the dignity of retreat, slid back into the heat above the tiles, and closed the seam with the ungenerous noises walls make when you ask them to pretend nothing has happened. Below, H19 held its breath like a lesson no one wanted to teach. Keen pockets a mirror shard with a faint boot sole impression. Part 15, the badge and the body. They were still sealing the breach when the hospital changed its mind about quiet. Code blue, orthopedic stairwell, adjacent H1-9. The overhead voice had the brightness of someone trying not to wake the important parts of the building. Radios repeated it with less courtesy. The corridor lifted its head. Keen hit the ladder like a fireman in reverse. Ruiz slid after, dropping to the tile with the little grunt that honest gravity pulls from people who've just been inside a wall. "Above team. Button up," Ruiz said into her mic. "We're moving." The orthopedic stairwell was 20 yards off the connector, where the air changed temper and the floor tried on a different shine. A cluster had already formed. A resident palming a carotid he didn't like, an ortho nurse with a bag valve mask cocked ready, but not yet committed, a security officer doing the crowd control ballet that keeps panic from doing what panic wants. On the landing at the foot of the steps, Owen O'Shea lay crumpled on his side like a sentence that had lost its verb. His scrub top had a smear of dust at the shoulder. His left wrist wore a faint, angry line as if a string had tried to teach him a lesson. One shoe had come half off. His eyes pinballed under lids that refused to decide between open and closed. "He was halfway up," the ortho nurse said, breathless. "I heard the grid go like a card in bicycle spokes." He looked up, then down he went. "Pulse?" Keen asked. "Slow," the resident said, eyebrows refusing to be brave. "Not gone." Pupils, annoyed. Keen knelt by Owen's head and spoke his name in the voice she keeps for people who need to come back without being startled. "Owen, hey, it's Keen. Tell me where you are." His mouth worked 2 tries before sound agreed to help. "Stairs," he said, not proud, catalog thin. "H19. What happened?" Keen asked. He blinked up at the underside of the landing above them like a man reading the answer off a ceiling he didn't trust. "It pulled me up," he said, the words arriving with chalk on them, like a line. "Wrist." He lifted his left hand a slow inch, then let it fall. The line across his skin flashed again, a tidy welt with the geometry of monofilament. His eyes rolled. "Don't make me." The last 2 words were the building's echo, stolen and returned. He shut down mid-syllable, as if obeying something his body owed a debt to. "Get him on a board," the resident said, the relief of instruction making him sound taller. "Airway is fine. Vitals are a negotiation." "Hold," Keen said, because sometimes evidence needs a picture before compassion gets its turn. She set her phone's camera to fast work. Owen's wrist, the scuff on his shoulder, the shoe half-cocked, the tiny drag marks at his heels where physics had taken the last step. Then she tipped her head back and looked above him. A ceiling tile near the landing lip sat proud at one corner, like a card someone meant to palm and forgot to finish the trick. On its underside, just kissing the metal T-bar, a rosin handprint bloomed fresh. Heel of palm, splayed fingers, the drag of a thumb where a body had leveraged itself wrong way up. The resin had that pine brightness that ignores antiseptic. A dust of white ringed it. The chalk kisses Keen's day had taught her to call by name. Photo, she said. Ruiz was already angling a raking light up from the stairwell's rail, turning the print into a relief map the camera loved. Click, scale, click, tape lift, back. Someone had practiced this hand enough times that it thought it belonged here. Tile, Keen said softly. Don't you move it yet, Ruiz said back, the chain of custody catechism having more bite than prayer. She slid on shoe covers and went up 2 steps, braced her hip against the rail, and eased the corner with gloved fingers. A tiny snow fell on her wrist, fiberglass, rude and familiar. The void above breathed out against their faces, warm and threaded with the smell of a person who had been up too recently to be polite. Keen stood, eyes on the tiny welt at Owen's wrist. Line, she said, to nobody and to the room. He didn't trip. He was tugged. Bored him, the resident said, now that the photos had given everyone permission to be human again. The team flowed him onto plastic, secured straps, did the small professional violence you do when you love a stranger enough to keep their bones in order. Pocket check, Ruiz said. I'll do it, Keen said. She leaned in with the delicacy of a pickpocket at Massachusetts' front pockets. A folded glove he'd meant to remember to throw away, a hospital pen that had never known a cap, a crumpled telemetry sticker like an apology. Back pocket, a lanyard with a badge on it that didn't belong to him. She held it up by one finger so everyone could see everything. Klein, contracting, looked back in clean print. The photo was Ava Klein's, tight ponytail, almost smile, the kind of ID picture that reeks of competence and a camera that's about to be replaced. The badge had a vertigo of stickers along its bottom edge, temp, access, plenum, each with a barcode someone had scanned once and never again. Ruiz's mouth made an unchoreographed shape. Why does he have that? Ask me after I ask him, Keen said. The board team aimed for ED. Keen walked beside the wheels and said Owen's name again, as if she could get an answer on layaway. He surfaced for a second like a diver who has underestimated the pool. It pulled, he said again, trying to find an arm motion with the strap stopping him. His fingers ghosted a tug toward the ceiling. Had a line. Around. The hand flopped. Klein. The syllables braided and fell. He was gone again, leaving the room to decide what to do with the homophone. Ruiz, Keen said, when they'd handed him to ED and collected the words the resident needed to pretend prognosis is a science. Pull badge logs. Last 10 minutes. Every plenum hatch reader. Anything near the stairwell. And check vendor VPNs even though we fenced them. Ruiz was moving as she answered. Minutes later, security's printer coughed up a stack that already smelled like trouble. 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 12 seconds. Reader, plenum, H19 stair, card. Clinia, open/close. 2 more lines. Quick, 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 41 seconds. Reader, plenum, H19 MID, card. Clinia, open. 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 2 seconds. Close. Keen held the badge they'd pulled from Owen's pocket up to the printout like a child matching shapes. While we were in the wall, she said, someone was badging hatches like they were washing their hands. Vendors blocked, Ruiz said, as if the sentence could make the world choose sanity. No VPN. No remote. Badges don't care about VPN, Keen said. Doors love plastic. She tapped the timestamps again. What was Ava Klein doing at 3:36? Ruiz's face did that thing that meant she'd already texted someone she shouldn't have had to text. Hospital admin is on a crisis call with vendor IT, she said. They started at 3:33 because the decoy test made everyone want to feel like they were naming things. Ava's on the call. On video, with a wall clock in frame because somebody's office has taste. She thumbed a link. The freeze frame showed a split screen. The night administrator with rosary pocketed and jaw set. A man from IT with a laptop wallpaper of a beach he'd never reach. An Ava Klein ponytail headset. A dry erase board behind her with triangles drawn on it like she believed geometry could shame a network into honesty. Play 36, Keen said. Ruiz scrubbed. At 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 12 seconds, Klein was on screen, saying, your cold recorder would capture any overlay drift. I told you that at midnight. At 41. She rolled her eyes in a way that recorded well even in 720p and said, vendor access is blocked, per your firewall. We can't write to your domes. At 58. She muted, said something to someone out of frame, unmuted, and added, I'll send you our sad spreadsheet in the morning. Split screen buys alibis cheaply, Ruiz said. She's not at our hatch, Keen said. Her name is. They took the badge to the hub and placed it under a camera that liked to make little things confess. The scuffs along its edge were fresh. The lamination had a nick where a clip had been tugged impatiently. On the back, in Sharpie, someone had written a Klein in a block hand that tried too hard to be neat. Near the punch slot, a hair caught pale short. It went into a paper tent like a welcome guest. Plant, Ruiz said. Frame or borrowing, Keen said. Owen admitted going up after the last fall. He's sloppy tonight, but if he's our spider, he's dumber than the average myth. Who put it in his pocket? Ruiz asked. Someone who knew I'd find it, Keen said, and heard how obvious that sounded only once it left her mouth. She went back to the stairwell. The proud tile still waited. She pointed, and a facilities tech who had stopped pretending to be braver than he was lifted it with 2 fingers so they could stare into the hot throat above. The T-bar had a spot of fresh metal where a buckle had kissed. A conduit strap showed a new burnish. On the lip of the hatch frame, a thin groove a hair deep, monofilament had cut its name across softer paint. Keen angled her headlamp along the landing wall. A smear at knee height bore the cobweb of fiberglass that rides scrubs when someone pushes through a tile wrong. On the rubber tread of the stair above, a trace of chalk, bay white, fresh. The hospital at 340 was writing with a consistent hand. Swab, tape, swab, she said, and the techs did the ritual like penitent priests. The badge log still in her hand, Keen called facility access. When was the last time Ava Klein's physical badge was issued a replacement? She asked. A voice with too many approvals in it said, Tuesday. Photo same. Old credential deactivated. Old credential still works, Keen said. Or someone cloned the number before you killed it. Impossible. The voice tried, then remembered where it lived. Unlikely. We're doing unlikely at scale, Keen said, and ended the call. Who clones badges? Ruiz asked. Besides every bored 13-year-old on YouTube. Anyone who watches a guard wave a reader over a plastic rectangle and hears the beep is gospel, Keen said. Anyone who knows where the reader wiring runs and where the controller sleeps. Anyone who has a reason to be invisible 5 minutes at a time. Subs, Ruiz said sour. The ones Klein swears she tracks with spreadsheets and regret. Keen thumbed a text to Klein. Your badge badged our hatches at 3:36. I have the plastic. Explain. She didn't expect a reply before Sunlight had the decency to admit what it was. The 3 dots came immediately anyway, a little dancing lie. Ava Klein. My physical badge is in my office. I can FaceTime it to you with today's paper like a hostage if you want. If someone has a clone, your system has a Wiegand reader older than my first car. Replace it or expect ghosts. Keen, we'll come see your office. After we swab the air out of our ceiling. No dots this time. Just delivered. Owen's gurney went past on its way to CT. He didn't see them. His wrist remembered the line for him. Keen watched him go and cataloged the clean history he tried to keep. Workman hands, cheap watch, a habit of showing up even when showing up meant stairwells at 340. Why Owen? Ruiz said. If this is a frame, why not a person the building already wants to blame? Because he admitted going up last time, Keen said. Because his print on a strap gives a story a spine. Because he's close enough to the ceiling to smell human, not official. She looked again at the proud tile, at the rosin handprint fresh as a fingerprint on a mirror. Then at the badge with a ponytail's photo sitting on a blue towel like a talisman. 2 truths, she said finally. A badge that says Klein opened a hatch while Klein sat on a crisis call. A man who said a line pulled him wears a welt that looks like fishing wire in a ceiling. We can run the math 6 ways. And we get the same answer, Ruiz said. Someone is cloning badges, Keen said, and someone has a hand on our corridor. Two truths conflict. Someone is cloning badges. Part 16, Klein's Den. They froze the hospital, then they froze Ava Klein. Ruiz walked a preservation notice over to administration that might as well have been a small glacier and got an e-warrant rolling through the night judge. By 4:28 a.m., the ping came back green. 2 addresses: Klein Contracting, Field Office, Street Athanasius Annex, Subbasement, and Klein Contracting, East Boston Unit. Rented Bay, Light Industrial Row. Ruiz split the team. Keen took the annex because buildings tell truer stories before the sun remembers what it promised. Klein's office on campus was a converted telecom closet with ambitions. Pelican cases stacked like sermons. A workbench with a silicone mat. A pegboard of tools that made low-voltage cowboys feel like surgeons. 2 dome cameras deconstructed on felt pads. Their IR rings set aside like cheap Coronas. On the bench, a laminated card, H19 profile, gain values, shutter, IR assist notes, and a highlighted line. Stipple bloom, reduce DNR or lean into smear, for test. Photograph everything first, Keen said, and the crime scene tech nodded, already halfway into the dance. The first case held spare IR boards, identical LED rings to the ones on H19 ceiling domes, with solder jumpers tinned, 2 labeled in Sharpie /H19. Another case carried a nest of demo camera boards, bare sensors with ribbon cables, and a breakout labeled JTAG/override. Klein had built a field lab here to edit reality. A small bench power supply hummed as if it regretted being turned off. On a side shelf sat a roll of monofilament. 50 pounds test, clear, rubber banded to a plastic card that read tile fishing with a smiley face someone had drawn as if it were an in-joke. Ruiz, in the doorway, exhaled. She keeps her sins alphabetized. Keen opened the top drawer. A blue notebook, grease-wrinkled and dense with block letters. Mirror field. She set it on the mat, gloved finger keeping the spine honest, and paged. Sketches. A harness cradle with skate trucks riding a T-bar. A conduit strap annotated rail. A spool with an arrow pull. A stick figure drawn inverted over a ceiling grid. Arrows to IR bloom, DNR smear, alias flicker. On the bottom margin of one page, 17 Hz equals nausea plus drift, see Stanex chart, underlined twice. Another spread. Script, decoy route /amp/whisper/timing, and beside it a list of words with checkboxes. Stop/turn/don't look up. Most were blank. Stop wore 3 ticks. She photographed pages. Flipped. A taped-in printout of a Slack thread. Someone had pasted a spectrogram with H19 harmonic, circled in digital highlighter. In the margin, Klein's note, leverage their ghost. Test panic vector. Tamper-proof testing, Ruiz muttered, contempt flat as tile. A lower drawer held badges, blank white rectangles, a USB encoder, a stick-on label roll, Templinum, Access, Demo. Keen rolled one between glove fingers, then bagged it. Another drawer, H19 hatch keys on a ring with a brass tag, a facility's master code scribbled in a way that suggested somebody's nephew had been charming. Get me a photo of every key head and label, Keen said. Compare to facilities list. The Pelican case at the bottom was aspirational and ugly. Clamps, webbing, Velcro straps with chalk ghosts in the rib knit. A curtain rod with wheels on one end and a hook tapped in on the other. The hook's tape wore the same resin bloom that had found Keen's cuffs last hour. She bagged a strap and the hook, added them to the little evidence family living under her blazer. On the bench, a phone cheap mat born to be a burner. No lock, battery half, contacts anemic, Andy, purple, vendor core, Crane. No last name. The text thread with Crane was a string of thrifted bravado. Crane, line okay, tracks tight. Mirrors are stupid. You're stupid. No hero moves. Pull on cue. Crane, got chalk. A rosin too. H19 doesn't hold like ours. Crane, we live? Tonight. Decoy or VIP. Watch vendor lockouts. I'll ping the dome. Crane, you owe cash. Bring me wheels back, not your attitude. Timestamps bracketed the donor's night and 2 prior accidents. Screen, Keene said. The tech raised a camera and the phone's soft glow turned into admissible paper. They hit the Eastie unit as Dawn started auditioning. The bay smelled like solder, dust, and someone's last 3 lunches. A whiteboard listed open tickets that weren't. H19 smear. Gate false open L5. Elevator mis-level A. Badge drift. In the corner, Control H19 narrative with a star that might have been a joke and might have been a directive. Klein was there already, hair razored off into a tighter ponytail, wearing an old band tee and the kind of hoodie contractors live in because it admits you to ceilings and boardrooms both. She watched the warrant be read with the air of a woman who knows where every receipt is and which ones will burn best. Do you want coffee? She asked Keene, dry? Or just my day? Your day, Keene said. Then your last month. They sat at a folding table between stacks of tech and the detritus of a business that makes itself up every morning. Klein's lawyer wasn't awake yet. Klein didn't wait for her. You're going to think I'm a ghoul, she said. I'm not. We harden systems. We break them so hospitals admit to what's already broken. The mirror field? That's a thought experiment. A stunt diagram for a CPE course that never ran. The IR boards? I carry spares because your domes die if you look at them funny. The badge blanks? We demo flows for your facilities people who can't imagine a world past beep green go. She tipped a chin at the burner phone. The flip phone? I use it for contractors who run out of minutes and patience. Keene slid the mirror field notebook open to the page with script and the check stop. This is an experiment? This is a class I wish I could teach and charge for, Klein said. Don't build hallways that make people see God. Don't chain your badge controllers to cameras because the last guy loved shortcuts. Don't leave your building in an anxiety key at night and call it architecture. She pressed thumb and forefinger into her eyes and squeezed sleep into a ball. We're always the duct tape. Duct tape looks shady next to brass plaques. Who is Crane? Keene asked. A subcontractor, Klein said. Special projects. He does ceiling work I can't pay a licensed electrician to do because the electrician will bring 3 cousins and ask for a closure that takes 6 permits and 4 weeks. She didn't smile. He's cheap. He's quiet. He knows plenum routes like veins. Full name, Keene said. A.B. She stopped herself just late enough. Abel, she finished like it cost less if she used fewer syllables. Abel Crane. Last name is a coincidence you can live with? Keene asked. He's, Klein shrugged. Grandson. The survivor. I didn't hire him for the romance. I hired him because he could walk the beams and not cry. He came with his own chalk. Cash? Keene asked. Klein pinched 2 fingers in the air like she was measuring flour. A lot of subs are allergic to 1099s, she said. They want cash. We log it as security consultations because if I write kid who can move quietly *** on an invoice, finance won't cut a check. He got paid round numbers 200, 500. He bought a skateboard with one of them. He brought back my wheels. Bank, Keene said. She nodded toward a laptop already open to a business account portal. Keene slid it aside. She preferred paper to websites that liked to change their minds. Print me the last 60 days, she said. The printer burped pages. ATM withdrawals clustered on nights with H19's incidents. Cash deposits tagged with consult, H and SPCL proj. Payments to Crane serve. With memo lines like plenum run and access test. You titled a transfer plenum run, Ruiz said, unable to keep the incredulity out of her keyboard. My accountant is a poet, Klein said. You know who else writes badly? Administrators. Control H19 narrative. Didn't come out of my Sharpie. She jabbed a finger at her whiteboard. We were told to test camera reliability during low-lux conditions while reorienting staff to safe route practices. That's an email sentence. It means, make the ghost help us. She lifted both palms. Empty. And you know what? I like testing. I like catching lies systems tell. I don't like people getting dead. Your burner texts with Crane say we live. Tonight. Decoy or VIP? Keen said. That's not a class. That's coordination. Klein's mouth tilted. Anger assembled itself with surgical attention. Decoy or VIP is a field note about whether we get to test with actors or whether a donor's walk is about to screw up our uptime, she snapped. You don't realize how many times we catch a dignitary deciding a hallway exists for them. We try to steer that chaos. We do not shove people. We do not shock them. That's on whoever you cuff later. Keen let the silence grow a skin. You name Abel Crane. You say he works nights. Off payroll. You give him your keys. I give him temporary tokens and a list, Klein said. I take them back. Or I try to. You think I like hearing my badge opened your hatch while I sat on a crisis call with your night admin? You think I didn't screenshot the little time bug that shows it's your reader's clone paradise? Replace your readers. I'll send you 3 quotes and cry when you pick the cheapest. Where's Crane now? Keen asked. Klein shrugged a pocket. He squats where buildings hum, she said. Boiler rooms, mechanical lofts. The people who know what buildings sound like keep away from him because he makes them feel slow. He texts PM me if cops. He'll run when he smells you unless you go through his pride first. His pride? Keen asked. He's a legacy, Klein said, the word both smirk and warning. His grandfather survived the H-Ward fire by walking the beams and beating a return duct until someone cut a hole. Abel Crane Sr. is a ghost with a pension in this building. The kid thinks the plenum is his inheritance. I used that. I'm not pretty about it. She chewed the corner of her mouth once. Anger smoothed into resignation. If you need to hang someone for the rig, hang me for the idea. If you need a hand that actually touched a tile and ran a line, you'll find powdered thumbs that match his pockets. Give me his number, Keen said. Klein slid the burner across like a tip. I burned the last sim when a nurse started DMing the company Instagram to ask if we had swag, she said. This one's fresh as last week. Crane still answers if you say you're me. Keen bagged it. You're coming with us, she said. Klein's eyebrows lifted. Am I charged or protected? Preserved, Keen said. Ruiz's phone buzzed. Engineering. She lifted it to speaker. Stanek. Found a hammock in a boiler room off the old service stair. Somebody's been living where our condensate line rattles. Chalk on a pipe. A little shrine of broken bearings. Smells like a climbing gym mated with a machine shop. Keen looked at Klein. Klein didn't bother to say told you so. Her mouth did it for her. Make a soft circle, Keen told Ruiz. No hero moves. He runs at loud. Klein hooked her hoodie with 2 fingers. He doesn't run if a door above him opens, she said. He runs if you say his name like you're proud of knowing it. Keen stood. The evidence sat in its little labeled tents like obedient animals. The mirror field notebook lay open to script, the check marks like taps on a metronome. The whiteboard star over Control H19 narrative glowed in early light, a kind of administrative halo. You like to test reality, Keen said to Klein. Tonight, reality pushes back. Klein gave a dry laugh that sounded like a solder joint cracking. I test systems, she said. I forget systems are made of people. Don't forget now, Keen said. You'll watch us meet your subcontractor. Klein's eyes slid to the Pelican cases, to the flip phone, to the notebook with its diagrams of a rig built to make cameras lie. She nodded, a 1/4 inch of compromise. Bring a jacket, Ruiz said. Crane works nights, off payroll, as special projects. Part 17, The Crane Legacy. The boiler room had a weather all its own. Heat soaked the concrete. Condensate lines rattled like someone drumming fingers on the bones of the building. Stanek's clamp meter hung from a pipe like a charm. Chalk fingerprints bloomed on a valve handle. A hammock, sailcloth and paracord, was slung between 2 posts over a patch of floor clean in the exact dimensions of a person who believes in habit. He was in the hammock, knees knocked, boots off, mouth open around the kind of sleep you earn by being where you shouldn't. Early 20s, hair shaved in practical defeat, cheek tattoo that could have been a lightning bolt or a stitch. His palms, when the light found them, wore a veil of white with pine-bright clots in the creases. Rosin. Chalk, the building's pollen. Abel Crane, Keen said, not loud. His eyes opened without the rest of him committing to wakefulness. For a second, he looked like his name had been thrown at him from a distance. Then he saw the badges, Ruiz's stance, Klein's ponytail, and the world snapped into the geometry he'd been practicing against. He rolled, quick, like a cat who knows only two exits. Up and up. Easy, Ruiz said, palms open, voice pitched to the register that keeps animals from bolting. No hero moves, remember? Klein stood back of Keen, hands in her hoodie like she was arresting her own impulses. Hey, kid, she said, too casual by half. We need a conversation. Don't make it a chase. Abel froze in that hard way people do when pride and math argue. He took in the clamp meter, the chalk blooms, the hammock's confession, and then looked at Keen. He recognized the person in the room who wouldn't bargain. You're the cop, he said. Detective Keen, she said. You're the one who knows the ceiling like a map. He almost smiled. Walkways, he corrected, small and earnest. You don't fall if you know the walkways. Your grandfather taught you, Keen said, already seeing the shape of it. An old man's fire turned into a young man's religion. Abel's face softened a half-inch, like a dog hearing its real name. He said you can hear the beams, he said. Said the plenum's the only part of a hospital that doesn't lie. Air goes where it says, wires go where they gotta. You listen, you don't die. He nodded at the ceiling as if it were a person. He walked out of a room no one else did because he knew where the air turned. Everyone calls him a liar. He's not. Where is he now? Keen asked. Dead, Abel said, not making it tragic. But I can still hear him. The boiler room had grown companions while they spoke. Bearings lined up like votives on a cinderblock ledge, a pair of skateboard trucks with the hangers shaved to fit between T-bars, a spool of monofilament with the brand sanded off, a chalk bag stitched with ugly heart. A hand-drawn map on butcher paper showed the cardiac wing and the connector from a Vantage no architect's plan admitted, elevations of duct runs, gaps in fire stopping, H19 annotated with arrows. Seam, patch, hatch. The route to the old return was sketched in a child's certainty. You've been above my head, Keen said. Not a question. Abel shrugged, an apology scaled for a room. Someone had to make sure it was safe to test, he said. They put those mirrors there to make people think about the ceiling. Mirrors are walkways if you angle them. Hospitals forget that. They only use them to watch. They, Keen said, and let the pronoun hang from a beam. Who's they? He looked past her to Klein. Klein's face held the blank of a person playing poker at a funeral. He brought his eyes back to Keen. Contractors, he said, like it was a species. Vendors. People who fix things hospitals want to pretend don't break. He rubbed his thumb across his fingers, loose chalk lifting and falling like the smallest weather. She hired me to test. Test what? Keen asked. The rig, he said, plainly pleased with the word. The cradle, the wheels, the line. His hands shaped it in air. A belly sling, trucks tucked to T-bars, a nose you could brake with. You gotta move backwards to make the camera think you're going forward. You pull the line, the nose kisses the bar. If you chalk right, your hands don't lie. He looked proud the way boys look proud when they've made a machine go where it wasn't supposed to. You built it, Keen asked. I modded it, he said. Ava brought crap wheels first time, too soft. I brought street trucks, shaved the axles. You can ride a T-bar if you don't treat it like a skateboard. You treat it like a rail. He touched a bearing on the ledge with reverence. You grease with the right wrong stuff, rosin pine mix so you stick without squeak. Chalk to your palm, not your fingers. You breathe through your nose so the dust stays above you. Who told you where to angle the mirrors? Keen asked. He made a face shy triumphant. No one has to tell you, he said. You stand in the seam and you look. They're set already. Old Psych put them just wrong enough. I called them walkways since I was a kid. The word kid elapsed quietly. He was a young man who'd built a kit to impose his will on a ceiling. He glanced at Klein again, seeking an approval he didn't get. Abel, Keen said, easing him back toward the point. We have a man dead in H19. We have a nurse with 2 bones broken. We have a visitor who stepped off level 5. We have a stairwell with your chalk on it and a lines welt on a tech's wrist. You were up there. He stared at the concrete floor where boot streaks wrote their own diary. I was up there for the tests, he said. When they said test. Make the cameras show it so people would stop cutting through. Make the ghost work for the hospital. He winced because the sentence sounded true even when it shouldn't be. I didn't touch anybody. Your texts say decoy or VIP, Keen said. Decoy, he said quickly, like choice could absolve him. Actors. Ava said decoy, or the big donors who walk when they shouldn't. They're gonna do it anyway, so you give them a scare so they listen. He swallowed. His throat clicked loud in the boiler room's hard air. We were supposed to scare. We, Keen said. He rubbed his palms on his scrub pants and left white there like a brand. Me for the ceiling, he said. Ava for the eyes. The hospital for the story. He drew the last word out as if it hurt. Not hurting. Not pushing. Not shocking. The last word landed wrong, late. Keen watched that flinch take up residence. She nodded to Ruiz, who stepped forward, gentle as a nurse. Hands, she said. Let me see your wrists. Abel held them out. Welt circled both like bracelets worn too tight too long. Monofilament leaves a polite scar. Ruiz photographed them, then the chalk bag, then the trucks. Klein finally said something that wasn't in defense of her career. Abel, she said, quieter than Keen had heard her all night. Tell the detective about the videos. He cut her a glance full of hurt that came with adolescence and had never moved out. You told me not to keep them, he said. I told you to keep them off Instagram, she said. Give her the phone. He hesitated the way people do when a talisman becomes evidence. Then he dug into a duffel and produced a cheap smartphone with a spider-cracked corner and a sticker of a skull on the back. His wallpaper was an old news photo. Orderly walked the beams. Yellowed and cropped so the headline hung like a medal. Passcode, Keen said. 0624, he muttered. He watched her not judge him for using what might have been a birthday. The gallery was pure ceiling. Slow-motion clips where the dome had become a vanity mirror and the camera's denoise turned dust into anatomy. In video after video, a shape skittered backward along the plenum grid, palms flattening tiles, knees doing what God didn't authorize. In one, a tile popped and a chalked hand flared white on paint. In another, a mirror in the seam caught a fraction of a chin that was no one's. The file names were lazy vid_0007, but the timestamps were loud. 1:52 on the night of the elevator mis-level. 3:16 the night of the nurse's fall. 2:38 on the ramp suicide. Tonight's was labeled test_k.mp4 and curled into itself like a worm on salt. Who took these? Keen asked. Me, he said. And the domes. I mirrored them to my phone while Ava's guys got kicked off. Just in case they said we didn't do it. Or said we did something we didn't. He looked up then, a plea caught behind a wall of belief. We weren't supposed to hurt anybody. Somebody did, Keen said. Somebody used your theater to make 3 different injuries look like they belonged to gravity. Abel's jaw worked. He looked down at his palms like the dust could tell him which of his stories to believe. We were supposed to scare, he said again, softer. She said the donors needed scaring. She who? Keen asked, but she didn't push the name. She let the question find its own edges. Abel's eyes flicked to Klein, the obvious pronoun wearing its obvious coat, and then past her, up into the ribs of the building as if the right ceiling tile might cough up a woman in a suit with a badge that opened doors money kept closed. His mouth opened, closed. Klein's face stayed very still. She who? Klein? Or someone higher? Part 18, who profits by fear. They walked Abel out easy, hands visible, pride intact, and left Stanek to bless the boiler room with photographs. Klein watched him go with a face that couldn't decide if it belonged to a contractor or a confessor. Keen didn't arrest anyone in that moment. She collected names, timestamps, and the angle of a boy's jaw when he said we were supposed to scare and let the building cool a single degree. Paper, she said to Ruiz in the stairwell. Because paper is where systems keep their shame tidy. Find me who told Klein to test panic vectors. Find me who pays to rent a ghost. By dawn, the preservation notices had grown teeth. Legal blinked and handed over a zip file heavy enough to bruise a desk. Ruiz threw it onto security's cold machine. The fan whined. The hospital sponsored its own discovery. Keen filtered by the day after the first H-19 accident. A consultancy slid to the top, the kind of outfit that finds money in other people's adjectives. Carpenter and Duvall Liability Services. Subject lines: event narrative alignment, exposure containment, H-19 connector, staff communication framework. She opened the one stamped urgent exec. The language wore a smile that didn't involve teeth. Recommendation: refocus incident narrative toward environmental hazard, legacy architecture. HVAC harmonic, lighting versus process fault. Staffing, training, supervision. Actionables: commission vendor testing to validate camera reliability in low-lux. Publish safe route reminders. Discourage corridor shortcuts via behavioral prompts. Outcome: reduce plaintiff argument. Preserve donor confidence. Refocus to hazard. Ruiz read over her shoulder, flat. Put the ghost on payroll. Keen searched the recipients. The email perched in the inbox of Lizabeth Caro COO. Caro reply was brisk. Green light vendor testing. Control the H-19 storyline. Coordinate with security and facilities. Keep legal in the loop for language. Night activation only. Attached to Caro reply was an internal memo stamped execs only and titled H-19. Narrative and remediation plan. The bullet points tasted like PR in a lab coat. The narrative: legacy connector exhibits environmental anomalies at night. Sound/lighting. Rare but disorienting. Remediation in progress. Testing: engage vendor to map camera performance and staff behaviors. Record footage for training. Behavioral prompts: signage, badge endpoint chimes, staff reminders. Don't look up, strike, too aggressive. Use eyes forward, hand on rail. Illegal, frame as environmental. Avoid admission of process failures. A spokes: one voice, Caro. No hallway folklore on record. Under testing, someone, Caro or counsel, had handwritten AK to coordinate. AK, Ruiz said. Ava Klein, Keen said. She scrolled. Finance sent over vendor onboarding for Klein Contracting. In the LLC paperwork, under members, the screen offered a name that made Ruiz's mouth tilt. Connor Caro, listed as silent partner, 5%. The address matched a condo paid for by a family trust that wore the COO's surname. Good governance, Ruiz said, deadpan. The ghost is a family business. Keen flagged it, kept scrolling. In a thread titled H-19 Safe Route Campaign, a junior comm staffer pitched a poster with a moonlit corridor and the line H-19. Respect the night. Caro reply: too folklore adjacent. Keep it clinical. Then later, if staff insist on myths, at least make them route compliant. Administration wants ghosts, Ruiz said again, as if repetition could make contempt less exhausting. Ghosts don't sue. The pharmacy inbox held its own little gospel. A restraint alternatives refresher circulated 3 weeks before the donor's night, co-signed by psychiatry, Moretti, and nursing practice. Consider low-dose midazolam for severe agitation in lieu of physical holds. Document promptly. Waste per policy. In the comments, a night charge nurse had asked, who co-signs at 3 o'clock if psych is remote? Moretti: ping me. Happy to help. Benzos as crowd control, Keen said. Institutional track set. Then somebody took the shortcut and turned calm into coma. She widened the net. A calendar invite tagged exec, H-19, strategy, held a clean agenda. Narrative/vendor testing/insurance. The attendees: Caro, legal, risk, security, facilities. Add-ons: Klein, vendor. In the chat sidebar, someone had typed, if this corridor drives down exposure, board stays happy. No one had bothered to erase it before exporting. Exposure, Ruiz said. Always the wrong kind of naked. Keene printed the lot like a librarian making a war map. Then she called the Secretary of State's office and paid $1 for the privilege of confirming what the PDF already told her. Connor Caro, nephew to the COO, held a piece of Klein Contracting. The kid's LinkedIn bragged Angel in applied security tech, in the way 27-year-olds call other people's careers their hobbies. She slid the papers across Klein's folding table later that morning. Vendor testing, she said, tapping Caro reply. Control the H19 storyline. Your LLC member list. Connor Caro, silent partner. You didn't mention family when you framed yourself duct tape. Klein stared at the page like it had misquoted her. Connor wrote the first check that let me stop fixing door number 3 at bars at 2 a.m., she said. He's a 5% sticker. He doesn't sit in ceilings. He doesn't write my script. Caro Elizabeth wanted plausible deniability, not murder. Wanting cheap myths is not murder, Keene agreed, but it builds a stage. She pointed at the Restraint Alternatives memo. You grease the floor with waste culture. You hum the corridor at 17 hertz because engineering hasn't budgeted the bearings. You teach a hospital to say environment instead of decision. Then somebody with a taser and a temper finds your play and auditions. Klein's contempt turned inward. I wanted a case study, she said. They wanted a scapegoat. Someone else wanted an alibi. 2 tracks, Ruiz put in. Admin manipulation and a killer piggybacking. Keene put the sheets in order, the way she likes her maps, and pushed them aside to make room for the last question this part of the board would carry. If somebody used a contact stun, she said, who owns a taser in this building? Ruiz shook her head. Not security, she said. Policy, no CEWs on campus. Batons, cuffs, radios, training, and a lot of verbal de-escalation. BPD carries, but they weren't here. Facilities, Keene asked. Only if they taste elevators to make them behave, Ruiz said. Contractors. Keene looked at Klein. Klein lifted her palms. My kit has soldering irons and torque drivers, she said. If one of my cowboys brought a cattle prod, I didn't issue it. Clinicians, Keene asked. Anyone who likes control in their pocket after midnight? Ruiz's eyes went to the ceiling as if the answer were taped there. Who moves close enough to touch? She said. Who can be in a hall without a chaperone and not look out of place? Who signs wastes because it's efficient? Keene didn't answer. She let the question write its own shortlist across the glass of the hub monitor. Night psych, night nurses, a respiratory tech with a wrist welt and a borrowed badge, a contractor with chalk on his hands and a legacy in his mouth. But the taser wanted proximity and habit, a person who already lived in the space between panic and policy, who could stand at a shoulder and whisper a small word. She wrote one line on the legal pad in the part of her handwriting that looks like a verdict. Who has the device? Who carries it without being seen? Behind the wall, H19 breathed in. Somebody somewhere had a switch. That murderer used the taser. Who has one? Part 19, the thing that moves when we don't. By the second midnight, they had stripped the corridor to the studs of its lie. Facilities pulled the trolley rig from the plenum and boxed it like a weapon. The monofilament tails went into envelopes that looked too innocent. Stanek signed tamper tags across every hatch and seemed date, time, his square, neat hand like a sealant. The mirror cavity Keene had crawled into was taped and boarded under Ruiz's eye. Drywall patches screwed and numbered, joint compounds still wet enough to remember fingerprints. A strip of orange evidence taped like a tourniquet on each edge. Nothing that can move that isn't a hospital doing its breathing, Ruiz said to the room at large. If anything flexes, it's on us. Keene replicated the decoy rig from part 11 but removed the actor. No body in a gown. No fur-pole. No plausible VIP to assist. Just a corridor with the hum turned flat and the world watching. Cameras to a cold recorder that never touched the hospital core. Vendor VPNs spiked at the firewall and left twitching. The dome's own on-screen timestamp overlay disabled. A hardware timecode generator burned the frame clock into the image in block digits that wouldn't lie because video wasn't allowed to draw them. Above the grid, no observers this time. Nothing that made excuses. Instead, Thin paper flags, sterile indicator tabs, bridged T-bars at intervals. If anything above shifted, paper would tear with a sound you can hear even when you don't want to. Set points, Keen said. Flat, Stanek said, and showed her the line at 17 hertz sunk like a reef. No bumps, no overrides, no one's dancing on the BMS. IR assist? Keen asked. Lock to auto, Ruiz said, and I pulled the IR boards from both domes. They're sight only. No invisible flashbulbs. No strobe to blame. Badge endpoints, Keen said. Live but watched, Ruiz said. Any hatch red trips a chime you'll hear across 2 floors. Keen stood in the mouth of H-19 and felt the strange kindness of a corridor that had had its story stripped. The floor shone in its cheap way. The fluorescence hummed without the shameless flicker of age. The far door's maglock reported healthy in green nobody believed in. You sure you want to be the one? Ruiz said quietly. Yes, Keen said. I wanted to know who's listening. She unholstered nothing. She left her radio on belt clip and set her hands empty at her sides. Crossing, she said, not loud, not brave. 2 hours and 11 minutes. The digits rolled on the monitor in the hub. 2 hours 11 minutes and 1 second. 02. 03. The kind of time that respects itself. Keen took 3 steps. The corridor inhaled, just air pressure doing building things, but it thickened the place in front of her and softened the place behind. She heard the fluorescents lower their vowels like a choir finding a different key. She did not think of mirrors. She did not think of the word stop living in someone else's mouth. Step 4. Step 5. Her scalp prickled with that old superstition static. It never announces itself as fear. It announces as attention misapplied. On the hub's ceiling feed, pixels that had no IR ring to blame learned a trick anyway. At the top margin, the world leaned into articulation. Elbows where noise had no right to be, knees resolving from smear, palms printing along tiles that did not compress. No paper flags moved. No tabs tore. The grid stayed honest. The shape slid backward on the ceiling as if the building had decided to demonstrate a fact without providing a cause. Above is still, Ruiz said, voice tight and level on the radio. The tamper tabs showed as thin white hyphens, unbroken. No hatch reads. Vendor blocked. BMS flat. Keen took a breath meant for talking and used it instead for staying. She moved again 2 steps, 3. The shape in the dome mirrored her, inverse, keeping pace. In the zoom, the sealed H-ward door sat with its green light glowing, and the silhouette's palms met the seam above it like an obedient animal waiting for the next command. The maglock didn't click. The overlay didn't twitch. The digits of the external clock ticked up in honest arithmetic. Her ear warmed. Air touched the small hairs there the way a mother's mouth might if the mother had never loved anyone properly. Don't, the corridor said. It wasn't anyone's voice she could hang a name on. It was the pressure and the hum trading places and the way your own bones ring when you remember something you didn't live. It used a consonant small enough to carry around corners. Say it, Ruiz said softly, habit, documentation, a line to keep Keen from feeling alone in a place designed to do that. I heard don't, Keen said. Her mouth felt slow, as if her lips had to remember the shape of refusal. Don't when, Ruiz said. A trick question to pull a person back to grammar and away from myth. Don't look up, Keen said. The up came with its own gravity, cruel and immediate. She looked up. Tiles, stipple, all the mundane tyranny of a drop ceiling. The world went its proper way. No hands, no flourishes, no rig to point at and handcuff. Just the sense that it had been there seconds ago, and now her own decision had cleaned the air of it. In the hub, with the same seconds, the ceiling feed showed the silhouette pause as if pleased with itself, then continue crawling, knees wrong, elbows wrong, palms making soft, non-existent halos her I couldn't see in the real space. Freeze, Ruiz said. Hold. Keen stopped with the obedience of a person who thinks obedience might keep the universe from cracking down the middle. She listened past the hum for paper tearing. The tabs held. Above her, quiet as a book left open. The camera lied without help. Playback, Keen said. Roll back 5. The cold recorder stepped backward, Time code in the frame like a sword. 2 hours 11 minutes and 7 seconds. 0605. The silhouette rewound toward the door in smooth contempt. Stanek's BMS graph sat boring and perfect on a second monitor like an alibi that doesn't care if anyone believes it. Forward, Keen said. She watched herself walk on the wide angle, small and uninteresting, a detective with her hands where the ghost could see them. On the dome, above her head, a shape slid like someone pulling puppetry through talc. Timestamp, Keen asked without taking her eyes off impossible. Recorder clock steady, Ruiz said. Camera overlay off. No stutter. No frame drop. Nothing to hang on. Keen waited for the piece of her that is wicked toward theatrics to say compression. Didn't. The pixels were bad because pixels are bad. But the pattern was stubborn in a way that hadn't belonged to anyone since they boarded the mirrors and boxed the rig. How, Ruiz said, not for information but because naming impolite questions back to the world is one of the only ways to make it behave. Keen walked. The silhouette mirrored. At the seam where the old H-Ward door met the connector, the ceiling thing pressed its palms and stilled, like an actor hitting their mark. She felt stupid all at once. Felt angry at feeling stupid because she had built a model that made sense. Sedate, suggest, jolt, fall, IR smears, mirrors misbehave, rig prints on tiles that hate being touched. She loved the model because it meant the world could be curled into a case file. And the world, bored of being tidy, had pivoted 1 degree. Abort if you want it, Ruiz said, professional and ready to take the blame later. Not yet, Keen said. She stepped the last yard to the seam and pressed a palm to cool paint. Inside the gypsum they'd patched, air kept its own weather. Nothing moved. Nothing clicked. Nothing changed except the part of Keen that had to admit that two things were true at once. Back in the hub, the silhouette dipped its head as if making eye contact with the camera. Enough, Keen said. Bring me out. She walked back through a corridor that had learned her footfalls and did not think much of them. At the hub, the room's faces had the set of people who have watched a thing refuse their categories. Stanek jabbed timestamps with a blunt finger. No set point overruns, he said, which is engineer for I didn't do it. No IR assist. No vendor touches. No hatch reads. Tabs unbroken. If a raccoon had sneezed on a T-bar, my ear would have twitched. Then what? Moretti asked from the doorway he hadn't meant to fill. He held a paper cup that had forgotten being hot and a posture that wanted the world to be nouns. The brain sees what it wants to see, he offered, softly desperate. My eyes didn't see, Keen said, not unkind. The camera did. The recorder didn't lie about time. If I had to write it like a grown-up, I'd call it unexplained artifact persisting under controlled conditions. She rubbed her knuckles along her jaw and felt chalk there in the memory of it. Ruiz rewound again, then single-stepped while the timecode ticked like a metronome polite to its own rules. The silhouette lurched forward 1 frame at a time, impossibly smooth for something that should have degraded into noise now that they'd pulled the dome's teeth. Maybe it's echo, Stanek muttered, the last refuge of machinists. Residuals. Field crap. Your board used to be wired through a barrata of stupid and it's ghosting. Ghosting without ghosts, Ruiz said, a comedy too thin to lean on. Or, Moretti said, because he couldn't help himself and because even the skeptical collect alters. Maybe when you teach a building a trick long enough, it does the trick without your hand. He looked ashamed of the sentence and fell in love with it anyway. Keen stood long enough to hate all 3 possibilities equally. Lie, drift, teaching. Then she turned away from the monitor and back to the part of the board she controlled. She opened her notebook and wrote 2 case notes with headings that don't share space often. Human conspiracy. Sedative diversion. Pixis pulls plus wastes. Badge cloning. Clinia reads versus alibi. Rig. Harness/rollers/monofilament. Mirror cavity. Theater. Taser. Contact. Cartridge lot. Beneath it she drew lines like scaffold. Klein. Access plus testing. Crane. Rig plus routes. Admin. Narrative. Unknown. Device operator. Circles around Moretti and June and Owen with question marks like spiders. Then she turned the page and printed a second header in a hand she doesn't use unless she has to. Unexplained phenomenon. Ceiling silhouette persists under air-gapped, IR-less conditions. No plenum movement. Tamper flags intact. Time base solid. Audio whisper don't look up reported by officer in self. Camera shows event the eye does not. She closed the notebook as if shutting it could stop the bleed between the two. 2 tracks, she said to the room. We keep them both running until one knocks the other off the rails. Which one scares you more? Moretti asked too softly to be clever. The one with a hand on a switch, Keene said. The one I can arrest. Part 20, the hand on the switch. The text landed in Ruiz's queue at 1:58 like a tap on the shoulder. Eleve main outage. Use alt route for critical transports. PDF attached, work order, hazard stripe, official font. Stanek, Ruiz said, already dialing. I didn't lock out a, Stanek said, insulted through static. No tag, no call. If maintenance took that car, they did it without my kids signing their name. Keene squinted at the PDF. The header stank. The work order number was off by a syllable. Mech M2, where this hospital's elevator vendor used ELVOT-. The signature block said on call E. Perez. But Perez was day shift. And the ticket misspelled misleveling with 2 S's. Forged, Keene said. And convenient. Up on cardiac, a transport team had already gathered at a bed half made into a chariot. Ventilator hissing, pumps counting quietly, monitor boxed. The patient was a post-op bleed flirting with the cliff, critical if paperwork were allowed one honest adjective. June Hall had the head of bed, one gloved hand on a rail because hands earn their pay at 2 a.m. Who routed you across H19? Keene asked. Page from night admin, June said, mouth flat. Elevator a down. They said B is occupied with a stuck car. We're supposed to go to the other bank. H19 is faster than the long way. She didn't move. Policy says wait for transport supervisor. Policy's ringing and not picking up. From the far end, Dr. Felix Moretti arrived like a solution people mistake for help. White coat over gray scrubs, headset crooked around his neck. ICU needs the scan, he said lightly, not to Keene. Stroke clock doesn't care about corridors. June didn't warm to him. Policy says we don't cross H19 with a vent when security is doing a test, she said. And when the last down turned out to be a glitch someone liked. Policy written by daylight, Moretti said. He took the foot of the bed and made his hands useful. We can walk. I'll take the pumps. Stand down, Keene said. She stepped into the seam between him and the bed. The outage tickets forged. Forged by who? He asked, as if an answer might conjure an elevator. We'll let the court pick, Keene said. June, hold. If the patient is truly time-sensitive, we go the long way with escort. No H19, not tonight. Not with my mirrors boxed. The hub radio crackled with June's earlier superstition, now written as orders. H19, no crossings. The corridor felt that sentence all the way down to its ductwork. Moretti's eyes went to the bed, to the monitor, to the doors beyond Keene's shoulder. He did the math for a living. Then we lose brain, he said. Only thing we're losing is an alibi, Keene said, and watched him when she said alibi. He made a show of stepping back. Good man at last, fine, let policy win. The lab coat fell open when he moved. The pocket on his right hip printed a neat rectangle through the cotton, a little heavier at one end, the corners crisp from being pushed into fabric not meant to hold it. Keene had seen that geometry lying on old tile 12 hours ago. Taser cartridge face down, 2 little wells like a punctuation for a bad decision. Her eyes went from the pocket to his face and back to the pocket in the half-second a cop learns to make look like boredom. Ruiz, she said without moving her mouth much. Search for contraband. Now. Moretti's hands came up into a halfway. Excuse me. Hands, Ruiz said, all molars. 2 security officers materialized like inventory getting done. Policy. No CEWs on campus, she added, for the crowd. Officer safety, Keene said, softer. My scene. Moretti tried on outrage. It hung badly. This is ridiculous. I'm going to log off and have legal coat, Keen said. He held it for a fraction too long, then shrugged out of it. Ruiz swept the pockets like a bartender learning what a man orders when he's lying. Out came pens, a folded note, a granola bar with a wrapper that made a sound like a rat in paper, a taser cartridge wrapped in a square of glove to pretend it wasn't what it was. Bag, Keen said. The cartridge went into plastic with a little sigh of air. Lot number on the side read in stamped gray. Keen didn't need to match it to know it would sit in the same run as the spent face she'd lifted from the mirror closet. She took a photo anyway, Moretti's hand still aimed at innocence in the frame. What? He said, and then skipped to why, because men here like to get to the moral before the inventory. What possible reason? Keen took 3 long seconds to let the room look at the small rectangle that meant device without saying it. Then she walked to the wall at midspan of the unit, stepped onto a chair a nurse slid under her foot without discussion, and lifted the return grill by its 2 screws just enough to make the dust remember it had been disturbed. Tape holds conspiracies together better than policy. The underside of the grill wore a rectangle of gray duct tape. The tape held a CEW, compact, grip-wrapped, trigger blackened with Sharpie. A lanyard was tied off to a duct hanger that had learned to expect this string. She took photographs, then peeled the tape with the professional patience of someone who has been handed a gift and wants to open it without bruising the paper. The weapon came down into her palm. Felt like choices. Whose is that? Moretti asked, voice going high in a way that startled even him. Yours, Keen said. She angled it so he could see the sticker under the tape. Hospital property tag MISC electronics stolen from a broken pulse ox as a decoy serial. You stage a fall, you stash your toy between rooms, you go back to being a concerned consultant. His mouth opened and closed like it needed a better story and had run out of nouns. I sign wastes at 3 a.m., he said, trailing his deference behind him like a cape. I do consults. You mute your call to reset audio, climb into a wall, and whisper stop, Keen said. You carry a contact cartridge because darts leave souvenirs. You press cloth to chest so the marks read small and the heart reads hammer. You like H19 because my camera wants to be lied to, but you'll use a stairwell if the night hands it to you. You tell yourself the hospital keeps monsters alive and you're a broom. He watched the sentence be built around him like a room, and for a second Keen saw the boy he'd been belligerent in a voracious library, busy learning the wrong lesson about who deserves to stand up. Felix, June said quietly, somewhere behind the anger and the vents. Don't. Mercy asked to be in the room. It didn't ask to win. You think I did this for sport? He said to June because he knew the shape of her. You know who that donor was. You know what he signed to make your unit miss a hire for a quarter. You know the visitor on 5. He hit his wife in a lobby at Christmas and the hospital couldn't comment. The nurse who fell. He stopped, picked the one he thought he could live with and kept it. She'll heal. The rest monsters. The hospital covers theirs. I clear the board. Silence in a hospital is never emptier than when someone tells a myth out loud. Ruiz moved in a way that the body recognizes as the end of a story. Turn, she said. He turned. The cuffs made the sound handcuffs make when they find wrists in the small hours. A mic click of metal, tidy, unambiguous. He started to talk and then remembered he hadn't asked for a lawyer yet. He swallowed arguments like bitter pills, quietly, counting with his teeth. Keen held the cartridge bag up to the light. The lot number sang the same tune as the spent shell from the mirror closet. She thumbed a text to Iqbal, lot series matches your geometry, and slid the CW into a waiting case that a tech hugged like an infant. Transport the patient long route, she told June. Security escort. If someone phones a forgery in your path, make them spell Ms. Leveling. June pushed, chin up, outcome saved by policy and a floor plan. She passed Moretti. He tried to be tragic for her and couldn't manage it. Ruiz read him the rights because the building needed to hear them as much as he did. He nodded in the right places, then chose defiance over despair. Your hospital will thank me in a decade, he said. You'll see. Somebody had to put a hand on the switch. Keen pocketed her pen. That's all you are, she said. A hand. The switch was there before you. You just liked how it felt. He flinched at the accuracy and tried to make it bravado. You still have your ghost, he said. As the unit's monitors did that soft synchrony beep humans are wired to obey. You'll still blame me for that. The wing answered him. Monitors across ICU flickered as if an invisible hand had pinched the lights. Not a power sag. Something like a yawn through a closed mouth. A dip that left nothing to measure. Ruiz's cold recorder in the hub hiccuped. Not in its clock, but in its color, as the ceiling camera went briefly to graphite. Down H19, where the drywall patches wore their orange tags like stitches, the dome feed showed a darker dark sweep the length of the ceiling toward the sealed H-ward door, palms flat, elbows wrong, sliding as if on rails that had been removed and only the idea of rails remained. Keen didn't look up this time. She watched the monitor watch her ceiling have its say. As Moretti is cuffed, ICU monitors across the wing flicker. The silhouette sweeps the ceiling toward H19's sealed door. Part 21, the door that opens anyway. The ICU monitors settled back to their bored beeps as if nothing had tried to change their mind. On Ruiz's cold recorder, the dome feed finished its dark sweep and came to rest at the seam where H-ward had been forgotten behind drywall and a policy. The green healthy dot above the sealed door glowed like a lie that hadn't been caught yet. Then the door clicked. Not the maglock's cheerful beep green go. A small, throat-clearing click from inside the strike, intimate as a tongue leaving the roof of a mouth. The latch loosened a breath and the slab eased itself open a hand's width. Air slid out around Keen's ankles. A cold spill with storage on it, paper and gypsum and time. Ruiz's radio was already in her hand. Access logs, she snapped to the hub. H-ward door now. Reading locked. A text said, Tinny, fighting his own disbelief. No badge event, no override. Power steady. Maglocks don't decide to be polite, Ruiz said, stepping to the seam as if she could shame it back into place. Everything else tonight has, Keen said. She put her palm to the metal. It was colder than the corridor deserved. She looked once over her shoulder, at June, white-knuckled on the bed rail, at Moretti in cuffs leaning into indignation, at the two security officers trying not to swap urban legends in their heads where everyone could see. We go, she told Ruiz. They went. The door yielded as if it had been waiting specifically for their weight. The old H-ward corridor lay beyond, gutted and half-born. Studs, a run of patched gypsum, cable troughs like veins no one had bothered to cover. The air had the cooled-off bitterness of a burned place years later. Someone had painted over smoke twice and the memory had bled through both times. Their lights started misbehaving before they found anything that should have made them. No IR, no camera assist, just their headlamps doing the math wrong. Keen's beam strobed once, then again irregular, like a heartbeat a competent person would arrest. Ruiz's flashlight answered with a slow pulse, a lighthouse trying to console a ship. The strobes were out of phase. The space between them made the walls walk a fraction when they shouldn't. No IR boards in play, Ruiz said, voice close to her own teeth. Not our domes. Not our house. Keen tilted her beam off the floor to tell it to grow up. The light crawled along a swath of latex paint where patch met patch. The brush lines made little ridges that took shadow kindly. Halfway down the run, her lamp caught a bulge in the skin of the ceiling. Small at first, then rising a soft inch, then two, traveling along the seam like a hand under a bedsheet. Don't, Ruiz said, not to Keen, to the world. The bulge moved in a crawl more confident than any animal would claim. You could see the shoulder in it if you let yourself. The paint stretched and remembered itself, the way latex forgives and holds a grudge at once. For an impossible second the shape pushed a palm flat against the membrane, and the stipple under the paint printed itself on the pressure like pores. Then it slid on, knees and elbows wrong under a skin the building hadn't intended to use. Keen stepped to the side and stoned the urge to reach up with the hand that would never forgive the act. You seeing this? She asked. Because people have to be in pairs when reality fractures? Or am I having an excellent private night? Seeing it, Ruiz said. Hating it. Somewhere above them, something small skittered in sheet metal. Not movement across so much as weight deciding, a recalculation of center that makes a sound even engineers don't enjoy. A return duct ran along the right wall, old gauge, edges crimped with rivets that had outlived whoever ordered them. Its patch plates were a rumor of decades. Cut, recut, reset. One corner had taken water at some point. The screws wore rust rings like bad wedding bands. The skitter became a footfall. The footfall became a foot. It came through fast and wrong, a leg first where a head should have been, then the whole of a body committed by gravity and regret. The rotten corner of the return gave up with a wet metal sob. Ava Klein fell out of the ductwork in a spill of dust and fiberglass and one loud, final geometry. Her head hit concrete with a crack that announced itself to every bone in the hallway. The rest of her tried to make sense of the order those pieces had chosen and failed. Keen was kneeling before her own shock agreed to get out of the way. "Don't touch the neck," she said to herself and to Ruiz and to the part of her training that had made rules long before it knew Ava's name. The angle of the head made the rule moot. Monofilament trailed from Klein's right wrist, wound 3 turns deep like she'd looped it in a moment of pride or panic. The end whipped once when the duct shuddered, then lay still across her palm. The cut on her wrist was narrow and obedient, the little stinging welt of a line you trust too far. From where? Ruiz breathed. Keen traced the line up with her eyes. In the torn corner of the return, monofilament hissed along a new groove, crisp in the metal where it had sawn paint and pride at once. A foot above, a hairline seam no drywall should have worn went black with the memory of the mirror closet they'd boarded. A cousin cavity, a branch of the throat. Somebody, Ava herself or the idea of her, had threaded a fresh line through old sins and given the building something to pull. "What were you doing in my ceiling?" Keen asked the floor because it was better than asking the woman who couldn't answer. Recovering? Undoing? Proving you could still make it dance. Ruiz's flashlight stuttered like a lie. She braced her hand against the duct's good edge and peered into the torn pocket. "Patch plates rotted out," she said. "Nobody signed for this. Nobody checks the back of a return that's supposed to be dead." She softened despite herself. "God damn it, Klein." From the door, the hub tech's voice bounced in between them. "Maglock still reads healthy," he said, as if telling them the lock's feelings could make sense of the door being open and the engineer and the lawyer and the ghost all sitting on their hands. "No badge, no power blip, no anything. Call it," Keen said, not looking away from Ava. Ruiz keyed her mic with the weary authority of someone who has had to tell buildings what they've done. "Medical," Ruiz said. "Non-viable fall, H-ward connector interior." She thumbed to security. "Freeze the logs. All of them." They waited the small, respectful beats you give the dead before your job insists on numbers again. Keen took photographs because photographers have to teach themselves not to apologize out loud. Monofilament looped and tied. The duck's rotten lip. The print of a rosin hand where someone had braced to lean too far. The chalk on Ava's thumb where she'd kept the old habit of grip from bleeding into the new habit of falling. "Why was she above us?" Ruiz asked, softer now, a woman at edge of a question that wanted to be a verdict. "Because she's duct tape," Keen said. "Duct tape sticks to the mess even after you've boxed the mess and labeled it exhibit. Because she thinks systems should be tested and decided the only thing left she could do tonight was undo." She paused a beat so that explanation didn't feel like absolution. "Or because something tugged." "You believe in tug," Ruiz said. "I believe Owen," Keen said. "And I believe the welt on her wrist." They lifted nothing. They let the hospital small parade arrive. First the code card on reflex, then the nurse who didn't apologize for being too late, then the pair from transport who wished they moved people the other direction more often, then security with their cameras which tonight would show everything and prove nothing. Keen stepped back to the doorway and looked once up, because she has never liked being told not to. The bulge under the latex skin had gone. The paint lay with its small brush mark lies untroubled. If she had to testify, she would say the ceiling returned to the ordinary, and an ordinary ceiling is an extraordinary disappearance. "Logs are clean," the tech insisted again in her ear, nervous now, like a man who has offered the wrong gift. "Door never unlocked. It's still healthy." "Healthy?" Keen repeated, as if the word could hear sarcasm. She thought of Caro emails about narrative. Klein's notebook about script. Abel's map of walkways drawn with love and chalk. Moretti's little sermon about monsters and brooms. The part of the world she could arrest was now cuffed and sitting on a chair in a light that made everybody look their worst. The part she could not had reached out a hand anyway and touched a wrist. She crouched by Ava again, took down the details she owed the record. Hoodie, dusted. Wrist, bound. Angle of neck, decisive. Eyes open to a ceiling that would never admit what it had done. For a second, she let herself imagine a version of the night where Ava had texted "We live" to a subcontractor she'd used up and then, 1 centimeter to either side of luck, had climbed down her own ladder and learned how to be a witness properly. Ruiz stood still long enough to make silence a posture. "We should have kept her in the room," she said. "We kept her where the warrant led us," Keen said. "She kept herself in the ceiling. The sheet came, they covered what dignity was left." Keen didn't make the rookie mistake of looking at the face again after that. She looked at the line around the wrist because that's where the story would try to run. Back in the hub, the cold recorder played the corridor as if it were bored by grief. Steady time, steady frames, a ceiling that pretended it had never moved. The maglock logs sat healthy and aggrieved. The only honest thing on any of the screens was the minute counter rolling forward. Keen took out her notebook because some endings require ink. She wrote a single line with the heartless neatness the job teaches, and said it out loud so the ceiling had to hear it too. Cause of death, fall. Cause of fall, unknown. Keen writes one line for that. Cause of death, fall. Cause of fall, unknown. Part 22 Aftercare. The paperwork came first because it always does. Paper can stage a scene in past tense and call it healing. Commonwealth versus Felix Moretti went colorless under courthouse lights. The DA read 3 counts of homicide staged as accidents and assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, conducted electrical weapon, and tampering. Moretti stood with a haircut for the cameras and a lawyer with vowels that bill. He pled not guilty because that is the ritual. He did not look at June in the second row or at Owen farther back with a soft brace on his wrist like an apology he had to wear a while. Evidence stacked without flourish. The taser with a hospital property decal stolen from a pulse ox. The cartridge lot that matched Iqbal's geometry. The contact mark small as a whisper. The mute buttons on telepsychiatry calls that did not line up with compassion. Video of him leaning into the bed rail's shadow on the night of a forged elevator outage. Photographs of a ceiling return grill where tape knows the shape of a rectangle better than policy does. The words he'd given them himself, the broom and the board, written down in a transcript that refused to admire him. Bail came with conditions. Surrender of passport. No contact with hospital staff. Doctor, heal thyself far from corridors. The judge did not say monster. She said alleged 5 times and court will take notice twice and banged the gavel in a key that didn't fix anyone. Downhill from that, the hospital's language learned to limp. Elizabeth Caro, COO, resigned with a letter that used family and focus and the phrase independent review like a salve. An email to all staff spoke of legacy architecture, environmental anomalies, vendor testing that failed to meet our standards, and steps taken. It did not use the word ghost. It did not use the word guilt. It did not use the word nephew. Though Finance's addendum to the board minutes later admitted Connor Caro quiet 5% in Klein's LLC and called it a lapse in disclosure, the way cardiology calls death event. Cause of death. Ava Klein. The report had the decency to keep its noun simple. Fall. The rest dragged behind it like the world's shortest train. Circumstances under investigation. Counsel loved its gray. Ruiz didn't. She wrote a memo that sounded like her, no italics, no weather, preserving the monofilament, the cut on Klein's wrist, the rotten corner of a return, and a seam that shouldn't have been there but was. The city would puzzle that one out later or not at all. Abel Crane Jr. stood in arraignment with chalk still haunting his cuticles and his grandfather's name on a headline no one under 40 remembered. Trespass. Interference with security apparatus. The ADA offered continued without a finding if he'd hand over routes and agree to stay 50 feet below the ceiling for a year. He took it. His maps, the gorgeous, obsessive, illegal elevations of duct runs and gaps and H19 annotated seam and hatch and patch, were entered into evidence in plastic sleeves like art that makes you nervous. On the courthouse steps, he told a reporter that walkways are real and ghosts are lazy, and then shut his mouth on his pride before it cost him more friends. June went back to nights because daylight made her itch. She started using the long route even when the long route learned to be tiresome on purpose. She put a hand to rails the way policies ask and people forget. She brought Owen coffee once in ED when he came back to pick up his final check. They watched wrist skin heal around a faint line together and did not tell each other what they did or didn't see in the seam above the stairs. Iqbal filed his final and refused to pretty it. Sudden cardiac death with features consistent with external electrical exposure in the setting of benzodiazepine presence. Terminal fall contributory, not proximate. The words did what words can do. Gave families something paper could bear. He sent Keen a text with the cartridge lot note and a joke about fonts that was almost a mercy. She saved it because you save proof that someone else saw what you think you saw. They sealed H19 for renovation in a way that sounded like exile. Facilities posted signs that said corridor closed. Alternate routes and meant we're rooting out your rumor. Demo crews banged at daylight. At night, the hush grew louder around the drums. They pulled the mirrors out by daylight first, what was left of them. Panels came down with adhesive ghosts on their backs. Silver backing foxed into maps of continents that never existed. More than one worker pried a shard free and paused over the scrawl, "Don't look up backward," laughing once like a man at a magic trick he can explain now. Then they cut the studs and made the seam true. The patch in the return got a new corner, fresh gauge, discreet, rivets snug, proud of their jobs. Ruiz walked the perimeter with a clipboard and a jaw you could set a level on. Stanek signed off on set points that had stopped trying to sing baritone. Badge controllers got replaced, old Wiegand readers chucked like bad habits. Cameras learned to live without IR for a while. The vendor got told where the fence was and that decorum lives on this side. Ghost-Free Pathways Initiative showed up on a slide in a committee room and looked embarrassed to be there. The last night before they reopened the connector, Keen went in with a hard hat because it made the man at the tape feel better. The drywall had that new skin look. The floor forgot the blood it had once made look like water. She put her palm to the seam that wasn't a seam now and felt nothing except paint cooling to ambient. No whisper behind the ear, no attention misapplied. The hum sat where humans put it. The building breathed like a person asleep on a couch, not like a person whispering. On a demolition cart under plastic, she saw a bin of broken backing and cracked mirror. Edge tape yellow as old smoke. One shard still wore the backward scrawl, fat and casual. From this side it was forward. "Don't look up," she asked the foreman with a nod that promised she would not make it a reportable event. He shrugged because superstition looks like litter until the wrong person touches it. She wrapped the shard in brown paper like a bakery purchase and slid it into the inside pocket that had held chalk and Velcro and monofilament and a cartridge's little square truth. The paper edge ticked against her ribs when she walked. Later, at her desk, she'd log it austere, recovered artifact, inscription, and put it in an envelope that said personal, held because evidence isn't always something you can hand to a judge. They opened H19 again on a Tuesday at 11 a.m. with the kind of optimism hospitals install in fluorescence. Staff walked it in 2s and 3s because people like to declare themselves brave when the sun is up. A sign at either end said "Eyes forward, hand on rail." It looked clinical, which is another word for safe. June crossed with a coffee and did not look up. Then she looked up anyway because that's what the sentence does to you. Tiles, stipple, nothing. A day later, someone left a post-it on the badge reader that said "Thank you" with no explanation. Someone else peeled it off because nicknames for corridors breed. The criminal case moved the way cases move. Slow enough to teach you patience if you don't already know you haven't got any. Moretti's team filed motions about chain of custody, about artifact, about hospitals that incentivize monsters. The DA filed neat things back. Pictures, logs, a rig with chalk in its rib knit. The judge scheduled, rescheduled, admonished the press not to make TV out of law. It didn't matter in the nights. Those belonged to other systems. Keen's board at the squad got wiped and rebuilt because boards are for new weather. She boxed Human Conspiracy and Unexplained in separate cartons in her head. Taped them shut. labeled them so she could find them again without touching them most days. Ruiz went back to her feeds and her soft key wall of NO, and sometimes in meetings she would say, "Ghosts don't sue," the way people mention a cousin who moved away. Stanek rebuilt a damper library like a man who has learned that a 2% setpoint nudge can teach a building to sing. Iqbal moved on to the next body, which is love disguised as indifference. Weeks later, Keen woke at 3:14 because that is what habits and jobs do. They teach your blood to read clocks without the help of light. Her apartment was honest in the dark. The city outside did not apologize for sirens. She lay there listening to not silence and tracked the shape of her ceiling by the neighbor's aquarium glow. A molded smoke detector sat in the center like a white thought. Chirped once. Not the battery nag. Not the test. Just one precise chirp an instrument would make if an invisible finger had tapped its plastic face. She almost laughed because laughter belongs anywhere stubborn fear thinks it has paid rent. She rolled to her back and looked up. The circle haloed the faintest dust, a thumbprint of gray around the base where a painter's roller hadn't been kind. In the soft top light of the room, streetlight captured and politely redistributed, she saw it. A half-moon of powder at the rim, fine as magnesium carbonate, the kind chalk leaves when it's been asked to prove it was here and agrees. A line dragged across it where a palm might leverage wrong way up. Not bright, not dramatic, an intimacy of dust. Her brain reached for the sensible nouns. Housekeeping, old plaster, her own nonsense settling. Her hand reached for the shard in the envelope on the nightstand instead. Don't look up, the letters said, reversed now by proximity. She did anyway, and because she is who she is, she reached once and wiped the base of the smoke detector with the side of her index finger. Powder came away with a pine-bright ghost under it. The Rosenklein's hoodie had worn like a badge. Abel's cuffs had shed like weather. She lay very still until her breath remembered how to be bored. Then she let herself admit both truths aloud because saying them in an empty room keeps you from having to say them in a crowded one. People did what people do, she said, and something else did what it does. In the morning, she would bag the wipe in a sandwich bag like a child's science project, and it would be nothing in any lab she could submit it to. If she held it up to the window, it would just be dust with a story written on it in a hand she could not subpoena. That night, she put the bag inside the envelope with the shard and slept badly but slept. 2 blocks away, in the kind of bar that keeps the same light on over Tuesday lunches and funerals, a nurse told a new hire the H-19 story like a cautionary rhyme. Across town, Abel shouldered a broom into a warehouse and learned to count pallets instead of ducks. In a condo with a view of Fenway's lights, someone with the last name Caro practiced not using it on email. In the morgue, Iqbal turned to a new body and a new family and kept his yes/no questions small. In a mechanical room, Stanek leaned an ear to a bearing and smiled when it gave him silence. In a court calendar, a date moved back 1 week and then another, and the DA learned to answer no comment with a kindness that didn't feel like cowardice. Hospitals dim their lights at night, but not all things in them rest. Some answers wait above the tiles, patient as a held breath. Boston's hospitals will tell you that every corridor leads somewhere, but there's one that doesn't. H-19 ends at a sealed door, and even now, no one can explain why it sometimes opens. Detective Mara Keene filed her report. Charges were brought. Names were scrubbed from brass plaques. And yet, 3 weeks later, she looked up in her own apartment and saw a dusty, upside-down handprint over her light. The residue was the same. Rosin, like a climber's grip. That's the thing about patterns. Once you see them, you can't unsee them. And once something knows you've noticed, sometimes it follows you home. This has been Somnolent Conspiracies. If you've walked a corridor you didn't trust or glanced up and wished you hadn't, tell me. You can leave a comment or send your story to the inbox. Until next time, keep your eyes forward and your ceiling tiles untouched. Some things wait above the tiles, patient as a held breath.